Now that we got started with this course and that we got a first understanding of how the web basically works, it's finally time to get our hands dirty. And in this course section, we are going to dive into the important basics of HTML and CSS, which you might remember are the languages for adding content and structuring content to our page and for then styling that content. And hence, in this course section, we're going to do exactly that. We're going to learn what exactly HTML is and how HTML code is written and how we structure our content with HTML and why we use HTML. And I'm going to make sure that you fully understand HTML and working with HTML elements, which is a concept you're going to learn about throughout this section. And of course, we're also not just going to work on HTML, but also already dive into the second important language which we learn about, CSS, for styling our content. JavaScript will be covered a little bit later since it's a bit more advanced, but in this section we're going to start with HTML and CSS. Now in this course section we are going to build this first basic website. And whilst this is, of course, naturally one of the more basic websites we're going to build throughout this course, this website will include a lot of core concepts which you need to know no matter which kind of website you're going to build. It actually consists of two and not just one file, and this demo project, this demo site, will be about building a site where we can set and communicate our own daily challenge which we have. And if this would be a real website, it would of course be accessible by other people as well, and they could follow our progress here and see what our current daily challenge is. That's the demo website we're going to build in this course section, and we're going to learn a lot of important fundamentals whilst we build this site step by step from the ground up. So now that we know what we want to do in this course section, the question is, how exactly do we create a website? If we recall this slide from earlier, then it seems like there is a server involved, right? That is where we store our website. Whatever that website thing then actually is, it seems to be that HTML, JavaScript, and CSS code, right? And that then is stored on a server. That is technically correct, and once you want to expose your website to other users, you will need such a server. But to get started and to develop a website, you don't need a server. Instead, thankfully, your computer can act as a server. No matter which operating system you're using, no matter how old your computer might be, it can be a temporary development server. And this is not just something we're going to take advantage of for starting with web development. As a web developer in general, you develop websites locally on your computer, you test them there, and only once you're done, once you're finished, you upload them to some server, you rent a server or buy one, whatever, and you upload your page there to serve it to the end users. Which I guess makes sense. Because as long as you're not done with developing it, you of course don't want to expose it to any other people. So therefore, our computer can act as a temporary development server. And that's great news. It means we can instantly get started. Then we only need two other things to get started. One of these things is the browser. We need a browser because a browser in the end receives those instructions, parses them, evaluates them and executes them, and then does something based on the instructions. It brings something to the screen. As a web developer, we don't have to deal with low-level code where we tell the computer which pixels should be rendered and which colors these pixels should have. Instead, as a web developer, we leverage the browser for that. It's the browser which has the job of controlling pixels on the screen. We just provide those instructions about which I have talked a lot to the browser. And therefore, to start developing, we need a browser so that we can write instructions and test them there. And then the second thing Well, that is those instructions. That is a HTML file in the end. Because as a web developer, you in a nutshell produce HTML files, and it's such a HTML file which then of course contains HTML code, but which also can contain or load CSS and JavaScript code. So those three fundamental languages, they in the end are all written in one HTML file, you could say. And therefore we really only need these two things to get started. Now when it comes to the browser, you can use any browser you want. Any browser works, but my recommendation is that you either use the Google Chrome browser or you use the Firefox browser. Of course, there are other browsers as well, but these two browsers are particularly great for web development. They have a lot of built-in tools and really sophisticated developer tools, which we can leverage to develop websites with ease. So my recommendation is that you pick up one of these two browsers. We will be using Chrome in this course, but either of the two browsers work. To follow along as smoothly as possible, you of course might want to use Chrome, because then all the tools in the browser will work for you as they do for us in the videos. But either of the two works. Now for that HTML file, you could think that you need to install extra software to create such files or anything like that, but thankfully that's all not the case. A HTML file is just a regular text file where you change the extension from .text to .html. And then of course you don't write normal text in there, but instead HTML code. So to sum it up, the only thing you need is a browser. That's the only extra tool you need to install. And other than that, to get started, you don't need to install anything. You don't need a fancy computer. You don't need some special operating system. You can get started with web development no matter which computer or operating system or setup you have. Now for this course, I will be using macOS as an operating system, but that's just my personal choice. Not something you need and not something that will make any difference in regards to the code we write or the code we execute. So let's get started and let's create our first website. And as you learned in the last lecture, that means that we basically now create our first HTML page, because that in the end then is our website. It's the instructions for the browser which the browser executes. Later we might add more HTML pages, because websites can be made up of more than one HTML page, but to get started we're going to create one. Now here I'm in an empty folder on macOS. As I said, you can also follow along on Windows or Linux, it does not matter. You just need some empty folder anywhere on your system. For example, on your desktop, create a new folder there, give it any name you want. And in that folder, we now want to create a new text file. Now I'm going to show this for both macOS and Windows. Now let me start with macOS. On macOS, we can simply open up the TextEdit app, which is pre-installed. And there I will create a new document. Now this document might start in this rich text mode as it does for me, which you can tell by these strange things at the top here. Simply click on Format, Make Plain Text, or use the shortcut you see here. We need a plain text document with no rich formatting, with no built-in styling for the text. We need plain text. Then we can save this file and save it to this empty folder you created. And then let's name it index.html. Replace the .txt extension with .html. Now the name in front of the extension, index here, is generally up to you and you can pick any name you want, but index is kind of a convention in web development. For the main HTML document of your website, so for your main entry point, for your starting page, for example, you choose index as a name. And therefore, we'll name this file index.html, save this, then here confirm this warning and use HTML. And we now got this HTML document added to this folder. Now on Windows, it's basically the same. Make sure you have some empty folder, for example on your desktop, and then simply create a new text document by right-clicking in there, choosing New, and creating this new text file. And here again, make sure you name this text file index.html. Now, depending on your computer configuration, this might not really change the file extension because you might have file extensions disabled. If that's the case, make sure you enable them by clicking on the View menu in the Windows Explorer and check the box next to File Name Extensions. And once you did that, you should see the file extension of the text file you created. And if it's not .html and just .html, make sure you change it to .html. It should not be .txt, it should not be .html.txt, nothing like that. It should end with .html, so that you have an index.html file there as well. Now, once you got that index.html file, you should open it in an editor. So on macOS, I still have this text editor open. If you don't have that, right-click on the file and choose Open with Text Edit app. On Windows, also make sure you open it with a text editor by right-clicking on it, and there also open it with Notepad, so that you open this file for editing with a raw text editor. Now, once you did that, once you have that file open, we can start writing some HTML code in there. And I'm going to do this on Mac OS here, but it's exactly the same code on Windows. In that index.html file, we want to add a smaller than sign, then h1, then greater than sign, and then hello world exclamation mark, and then smaller than / h1 greater than. This is our first piece of HTML code. This strange syntax here with the angle brackets, that is HTML code. To be precise, we call this thing here, this h1 thing, a HTML tag. The HTML language has a bunch of tags. They are all standardized. You can't come up with your own ones, of course, because the browser needs to be able to understand them, and they give different instructions to the browser. The h1 tag, for example, gives the browser the instruction that the content between the tags, between the so-called opening and closing tag, that the content between those tags should be treated as a main heading, so as a title, so to say. Just as in a Word document, you might have a main title on top of your document. So once you edit this, make sure you save the file with a shortcut or by going to File, Save. And once it is saved, you should be able to double-click it to automatically open it in the browser. If that does not work, if it's not getting opened in the browser automatically, you can always open with and then select a browser there. In my case, Google Chrome. And this now gives me this page. And I'm zooming in a bit here so that this is bigger. So here we see Hello World. And if we right-click into the browser here, we can view the page source, so the source code the browser evaluated for bringing this to the screen. And here we see this HTML code which we wrote. And that's our first very basic website. If we wanted to, we could now take this HTML file, upload it on some rented server, and see it out there in the web. Now, we might not want to do that because the use of this website is kind of limited, I would argue, but still, it's our first website and therefore an important first step. Now, if we quickly come back to this website as we loaded it, it's interesting to take another look at the browser address bar. In the first course section, you learned that there you enter the address of a website, the domain or IP address, typically the domain. Here we have neither of the two things. Instead, in the end here, I have the path to that file, to that website file. The reason for that is simply that at the moment we have no server at all. We're just opening this HTML file with the browser, which the browser, since it is a tool for displaying HTML code, is able to do. So that is something you can do locally on your machine. You can open HTML files with the browser and it will display it like a website, treat it like a website, but this page, this HTML page, at the moment is not being served by some server. That's why we have neither an IP address nor a domain here in the browser address bar. That's just something I wanted to point out. Soon enough, we will have a local development server, but at the moment, we don't have that yet. So now we created our first website and we now know how to create HTML pages and we wrote our first piece of HTML code. But the approach we've been using thus far has a flaw. Whilst using a text editor like this text edit app on macOS or Notepad on Windows works for such a very basic HTML file, for such a basic web page, we'll definitely face some issues if we work on bigger projects, on bigger websites with more content and with more code. If we have a look at a page like Amazon.com, then we can get some doubts if this is the best approach. If you go to Amazon.com and you right-click in there to view the page source, right-click here on a non-image, for example. If we click here and view the page source, wow, that's a lot of source code. And if you imagine writing code like this in this length and this complexity in an editor like this, that doesn't sound like fun. It's easy to mistype, to, for example, forget such a slash, a forward slash, which then renders this an invalid element. And therefore, you don't want to do that. You don't want to use a text editor like this. Instead, you want to use an editor which brings more features, which was built for development, for programming, possibly which was built for web development specifically. Because it turns out that there exist specific editors for development which allow us to edit plain text files, which a HTML file still is in the end, but which still give us more support, more convenience. For example, by highlighting certain language features, by highlighting these H1 tags, for example, by highlighting potential errors we might be making, and by giving us a lot of other assistance and functionality that simply makes working with code like this easier, and that makes it easier for us to spot errors and to write correct code. And such editors exist, and best of all, one of the most popular and best editors out there is available completely for free. So it is an extra piece of software which we want to install, but it's free, and it's available for all operating systems. Now, which editor is this? It's an editor called Visual Studio Code. And that's important. There also is an editor called just Visual Studio, and both are from Microsoft. But Visual Studio is not primarily focused on web development. Instead, you would typically use it for other programming languages. So therefore, it's not Visual Studio which you want to use, but Visual Studio Code. And this is available for free, as I mentioned. If you visit code.visualstudio.com, or if you just Google for Visual Studio Code and you visit the website there, you can download it for various operating systems. Your operating system should be pre-selected here by default. And you can simply download it and then install it on your system. Now, once this download finished, you can click on it to, in my case here on macOS, unzip this folder which I download, and then drag this Visual Studio Code app file into the applications folder. On Windows, you can download an installer from code.visualstudio.com. So that's what I'll do here. So let's wait for this download to finish here, which can take a couple of seconds or minutes depending on your internet speed. Now the download did finish for me here, so I'll start this installer here on Windows. And the installation process is really straightforward. We accept the agreement, and then you can basically confirm all these defaults. Of course, you can also install it into another folder though if you want to. So here I switched to a different folder on a different partition. Click Next and Next. Here you can also keep all the defaults. And then click Install. Now the installation can also take a short while, and I'll be back once it finished. And once it did finish, you can keep this checked and start Visual Studio Code. You can of course also start it on macOS. Now once you start it, you should see a starting screen, a welcome screen, that looks something like this. The exact look can differ over time, but it should look something like this. Now here you can learn more about Visual Studio Code and how you can tweak it, and definitely feel free to play around with that. We will also do that later in a couple of minutes. For the moment, I just want to open and edit that file that we created. For this, we could click Open File here, or go to File, Open File, or on macOS, just Open. On macOS, this option is just called Open instead of Open File. Here it is Open File though, so I'll choose this. And then we can navigate to this folder in which we added our index.html file and select that file and open it. Now once you selected this file and clicked Open, you might see a trust warning like this. This is a feature built into Visual Studio Code which tries to warn you that you're not opening and editing and possibly executing files where you don't understand the code. Here, of course, it's our own file, so we do trust it, so we can click Open here. And then you should see the code that's stored in this file here inside of Visual Studio Code. And you see that it already looks a bit different compared to what we had before in this plain text editor. The HTML tag, for example, this H1 tag here, is blue in my case. It has a different color than the text between the tags. And it's color coding, syntax highlighting as it's called, like this, that helps with programming. Here, of course, we have a simple file with just one line of code, but if you had bigger files with more code in them, as we will have them throughout this course, or if you're working with multiple files, tools like Visual Studio Code make working with that much easier. For example, it will be much easier to see where your HTML tags are, the blue things here, and where the content between the tags is, because they have different colors. So that's pretty nice to have. Now, you can open and edit single files like this, but it's even better if you open the entire project folder instead of a single file with Visual Studio Code. Because throughout this course section, we're going to add multiple code files to our project. For example, we'll have separate files for CSS code at some point, and we want to manage them all in the same project and conveniently manage them with Visual Studio Code in the same editor window. To achieve this, we can again go to File and then choose Open Folder. On macOS, this option doesn't exist. There, instead, it's again the Open option. On macOS, you use Open for both files and folders. On Windows, you have separate options. So here I choose Open Folder on Windows. And now I select the entire folder, which contains my index.html file. Now, when you open that entire folder, you might again get that trust warning, where you again, of course, can simply confirm it and click Open. And once you selected that folder, you will see that the interface changes a bit. Now here on the left, we have a list of all the files in that folder. At the moment, that's only one file, but soon we'll have more files in here. And you can click on those files to then open and edit them here on the right. Now that's how you can open a folder with Visual Studio Code, and that's the mode with which will work throughout this course. Of course, both on Windows and Mac OS. Now before we start working on that code again, let's talk about the configuration of Visual Studio Code and the look I have here. As you can tell, I have a dark mode here, and you might have that same look. If you don't and you want it, or if you have it and you don't want it, you can go to Code, Preferences, and then there to Color Theme. And there you can then pick a different color theme. And if you select them with the arrow keys, you get a preview instantly. Now I will switch to this dark plus theme, but you can of course use any theme you want. You can also explore the settings here and the shortcuts, though to get started there is nothing special that would need to be configured. I will zoom in a bit here though, to make sure that you can read this code a bit better, and I will also often disable this bar on the left since it takes up a lot of space and currently we have only one file anyways. And I'll do that with View, and then there, under Appearance, I can disable this sidebar. And here you can also control whether you have a status bar at the bottom, for example, and a couple of other things. Simply play around with that and make sure you configure the editor such that you personally like it. I will try to go for a minimal approach here for the most part to make it easy for you to follow along. And therefore I'll, for example, also disable breadcrumbs, which was this part above the code, to really have this lean setup here. So now we got this editor set up. And it's this editor which we're going to use for the entire course. You can use other editors as well. There are alternatives like Sublime Text or Atom. But my strong recommendation is using Visual Studio Code unless you have a personal favorite already and you know that you prefer some other editor. We're also going to tweak this editor here from time to time throughout the course. We're going to install certain extensions to help us with certain aspects. We might dive into the settings. But to get started, we now got everything which we need, and therefore let's move on. Now we did set up Visual Studio Code, and here's our HTML code from before opened in Visual Studio Code. Now before we dig deeper into HTML and into understanding HTML, which we're going to do in the next lecture, I want to show you some of the reasons why we switched to Visual Studio Code. For one, we got this so-called syntax highlighting, where H1 is highlighted. This kind of makes it easier for us to spot where we have the start and end of HTML elements and where we have plain text. In addition, we, for example, can hover over this H1 element and we get extra information about it. For example, we learn that the H1 element represents a section heading. We even get a link which we can click, which takes us to a website, the MDN web documentation, which is kind of like the official documentation for HTML and web technologies, where we can learn more about that specific HTML element. Now, you don't need to read through that article at the moment, but that can be nice to have as well. And if we write an element, if we add an element, let's say H1 again, if we write this element, Visual Studio Code, for example, automatically gives us this closing part of the element. That's another little convenience feature which it gives us, which also helps us avoid errors. Because with that, for example, it's more difficult for us to forget this important forward slash on the closing part of our element here, of our HTML code. So these are convenience features, some of the convenience features Visual Studio gives us, and these are some of the reasons why we switched to it. And with that though, let's dig deeper into HTML and let's understand this code here in greater detail. Now we got our editor set up, and we, even before that, wrote our first HTML code, which leads to this page. And of course, this is great, it's our first page, But the content of this page is not amazing yet. This is of course not a realistic website. We typically want to build more complex things. Nonetheless, this of course is our first important step. Now let's take a closer look at this HTML code though, because understanding this code and how it works and how you would add more content, that of course all is extremely important to become a web developer. Now, HTML is a markup language, and that means that it is in the end a language that's there to add extra annotation to content which we might have on our page. Just as we might make content bold or turn content into a title or a subtitle in a Word document, we also typically want to assign different meanings to the different pieces of content we have on our web page. Because on a web page, we also have titles and subtitles and paragraphs of text and links and images and buttons, and we describe our content with HTML. That's why it's called a markup language. HTML is a language for adding extra meaning to our content, hence describing our content. HTML instructs the browser about our content, its structure, and its meaning. And we do provide extra meaning and structure to our content with those angle bracket things here. We write HTML code always like this. And this overall thing here, this entire code snippet here, is called a so-called HTML element. So let's now understand these HTML elements and how they are written and structured and what their different building blocks are. As I just said, this entire thing which we wrote is a so-called HTML element. And those elements as a whole tell the browser what our content is and which kind of content it is. We do inform the browser about the type of content with help of those angle bracket things which are called HTML tags. So every HTML element, which is the entire thing, has such HTML tags which describe which kind of content is stored inside of that element. And that's therefore the part between the tags, the element content. So an HTML element is made up of HTML tags and the element content. Now, you can't pick any arbitrary tags, and I'll come back to that later, but instead there is a clearly standardized list of available tags which you as a web developer can use. For example, the H1 tag stands for heading 1 and marks a main title on your website. There are other tags for describing other types of content, but that's something we're going to dive into later. Now, for those tags, you might of course notice that these two tags don't look exactly the same. The second tag has this / after the opening angle bracket. The first tag does not have that. That's the case because we have two different kinds of tags for every HTML element. We have an opening and a closing tag. And we have a different syntax here, as it's called. We have the / on the closing tag to tell those two tags apart for the browser, so for the computer in the end. And we need this differentiation because we want to tell the browser where an element starts and where it ends. And if we would be using exactly the same tag, so both times without the / for example, then the browser wouldn't know if the second time we use it marks the end of an element or already the start of another element. That's why we have a clear distinction here between opening and closing tag. And we therefore have opening tag, content, closing tag. And that all together forms the HTML element. Now, if we take a closer look at those tags, we can also split those up even more. There we have those angle brackets, less than and greater than, and between those angle brackets, we have the so-called element name. And that's another official term which you might want to memorize. So in this case, H1 is the element name, hello world is the element content. Together with the angle brackets, the element name forms the HTML tag. And when it comes to those tags, we have the opening tag and the closing tag, which looks just like the opening tag but has this extra forward slash. And that all together forms the HTML element, which has the hello world content and instructs the browser about which kind of content this is. In case of the h1 tag, it tells the browser that this is a main heading, a main title on the website. But that, of course, brings us to another important question. Which HTML elements exist? How do we know which elements we can use? So currently, we have one h1 element on our website. But of course, in reality, you might already imagine that this will not suffice. We have more types of content. We don't just have titles. We might also have images and subtitles and regular text and buttons and so on. So one element alone is probably not getting us anywhere. So therefore, which HTML elements exist? Well, there are many available HTML elements because there are a lot of things you can describe, a lot of different kinds of content. We might immediately think about content like titles, subtitles, regular text, images, buttons, maybe also input fields. But if we dig a bit deeper, we can get more detailed than that. For example, we might be building a site like this, where we have a blog post in the end, and there we have like a date, and we have an author, and of course we could just describe that as plain text, but to us humans it's more than text. It's a date, and it's the name of a person. So we might even want to describe this kind of content to the browser. So if we think about content like this, then it makes sense that we might have quite a lot of HTML elements we can use. And indeed we do. There is a web page out there, the MDN Web Docs, which is kind of like the official documentation for HTML and more, you could say. And there you find a page with an HTML elements reference. On this page, you find all available HTML elements, and that is a long list if you scroll through it. But don't worry, you don't need to learn those by heart. You should absolutely not dive into this list and try to fully understand and learn it right now. Instead, throughout this course, we're going to introduce all those important HTML elements you're working with all the time, and we're also going to dive into some lesser used elements, of course, and then you can always use resources like this MDN page as a backup once you are a web developer to find the right element for some niche case you might be facing. It's also worth pointing out already that the browser is quite forgiving and there is more than one way of annotating content. You can annotate something as just regular text or be more specific and make it clear that this is actually an address, for example. So you won't break your web page if you go for a wrong HTML element, and there also won't be always a clear right element either. Sometimes you have multiple options and you can go with the one which you personally think best describes the content you have. But again, that's already a bit too advanced here. That is something which we'll learn throughout the course, and that is something which you'll get a better feeling for throughout this course. But of course, now at this point, you might be asking yourself, why do we have those different HTML elements? Why do we need them? And the answer here, as mentioned before already, is that for a lot of content, if you don't add any extra annotation, that content doesn't really have a clear meaning. If you think about text, for example, there is a difference between having a title and regular text. But without some kind of annotation and or styling, there's no way for us to tell those different meanings apart. It is all just plain text then. It's basically like in the Word document, where you also don't just write plain unformatted text. Instead, you make text bold, you turn something into a title to convey extra meaning. That's why we use HTML elements, because with that we can annotate and describe our content, and we can tell the browser that something should be a title, a subtitle, an image, or anything else. And that in turn then allows the browser to display this content correctly. And here it's important to understand that in the case of a web page, there are different kinds of parties that will view the page. Of course, that's us as a regular visitor of the page, and we also need to know whether something is a title or not. Otherwise, it will be hard for us to get something out of that web page. But it's not just us. It's, for example, also search engine crawlers. So the tools search engines use to look at all the websites in the World Wide Web and to then find out what that website is about so that they can present that website if users search for something. If you search for something in Google, then Google shows results, and these results are the websites it's crawled, which it then thinks best fit your search query. And it's able to find out whether a website fits your search query because Google looks into that website. And since, of course, that search engine crawler is not a human, but some program written by developers, that search engine crawler needs extra hints like the HTML annotations to find out what your page is about. So here we're not talking about a human, but about a computer looking at our website. And that hopefully also helps with understanding why extra annotations are needed. And last but definitely not least, it's also important to keep in mind that not all human visitors of our website will be able to just look at our content. If a visitor is blind, for example, then he or she will not be able to see the content. Instead, that visitor typically will rely on assistive technologies like screen readers to have that website content read out to him or her. And that means that we need to describe our content so that such assistive technology is able to read and present our content correctly. And because of all those different parties that are involved, we need to annotate and describe our content, and HTML is the language that allows us to do that with help of those HTML tags that turn content into meaningful HTML elements. Now, with all that theory out of the way, let's get back to our code and let's start writing more code, because that's what we're all here for in the end. So I'm back in that HTML file, that index.html file we created earlier, and it's still the only file. I do have a second file in my folder now. That is a file you don't have right now and you don't need right now. It's just a file for me that helps me manage my code and make it easier for me to provide code snapshot attachments in this course. So that's not a file, this gitignore file which you have. And therefore this index.html file is still the only file we have here. And now I want to work towards that end result we want to have, towards that first website we want to build here. And that means that, for example, here, instead of saying hello world, I want to say max challenge for, and then the current date. Because keep in mind, we're building this daily challenge website where we can set ourselves a daily challenge and make it public to the world to put some pressure on ourselves. And therefore here the title for this website should be your name, challenge for, and then today's date. And that could, for example, be Wednesday, August 4th, something like this. So that's now my new title, but of course that still just gives us such a heading. The only thing that changed now is the text content, but it's still a H1 element. And hence, if we load this in the browser, we still just see that text content here formatted as such a title. By the way, make sure you always save your code files after you change them. Here in the Visual Studio Code, you can tell that a file has unsaved changes by this white dot which you see next to the file name. Now, if you load your page in the browser, you only see the latest saved version. So to see those latest changes, you need to save that file, and you can do that with File Save, or of course, way quicker by using the shortcut which you see here. And I'm using this shortcut all the time here in this course, and I recommend that you also use it all the time whenever you change something. Press that shortcut, by default Control S, or on macOS Command S, and ensure that you save those changes you made to your code. However, I now want to add a second HTML element here. I want to add more content to this page. And the content I want to add is the concrete goal I have for today, which could be that I want to learn about the basics of web development, specifically dive into HTML and CSS. That could be my goal for the day, that I want to dive into those technologies. So that's now the second piece of content I add, and very important, I add that outside of my first HTML element. So after this closing HTML tag, I'm adding this plain text like this. Now if we save it like this, and I reload my page, we therefore now see this text here. And that is important and not necessarily obvious. We see this text here, even though this is actually not wrapped in HTML tags. Remember what I said in the last lecture, that the browser is quite forgiving? You should describe your content because that adds more meaning for search engines and people with assistive technologies, but you technically don't have to. It doesn't matter which element you choose or if you use an element at all. It's just that some meaning might be missing. And whilst visually this page works for us if we're not blind, people that are blind or search engines would see less than we do at the moment. They would see that there is some text, but they wouldn't know if that should actually be a title or if it should be just some regular text. And that's why we should not add plain text like this, but why we should also wrap this in some HTML tags to turn it into a HTML element, because you want to add meaning to every piece of content you add to your page. But what is the meaning of this text here? It's certainly not another title. We have one main title. Now that's kind of the content that belongs to that title. So I would say it indeed is just some regular text, a paragraph of regular text. And therefore we now want to use a different HTML element. We don't want to use a H1 element again. Now I showed you this HTML element reference on MDN, and you find a link to this reference attached. And there we can look for another element that might make sense here. Now, if you're here for the first time, this can be overwhelming because there are loads of elements, and hence I'll speed this up a bit. We know that we have some text content, so we want to find a fitting element for this specific text content. And we don't really have a quote here. We also don't really have a figure here or anything like that. But I would say we have a paragraph here. And that's a very common HTML element. As a web developer, you're going to use the P element a lot because you work with text a lot, with standard text. And if you have a standard paragraph of text that's nothing else than just regular text, the P element, the paragraph element, is your friend. So therefore here, I'll go back to my code and I'll wrap this text with the P tags. And I'll grab that closing tag here and add it after this text. And now we added our second element. We turned this plain text into a paragraph element where the content now is that text. but now we added more meaning. Now, visually, if we reload this page, it looks exactly as before, so it has no visual difference here in this case, because the paragraph text, unlike the heading here, which we had before, doesn't get any default styling by the browser. But from a semantic perspective, so the meaning that is presented to search engines and assistive technologies, we did now improve our content. And that's now the second HTML element we added therefore. So we are using two different HTML elements now, H1 and P. And that leads to this output. Now, I don't know about you, but that output can definitely be improved visually. It is worth noting, though, that we do have some default styling here. The heading, the H1 tag, definitely looks different than our regular text. And the reason for that is that the browser by default assigns some styling to some, but not all, HTML elements. For example, the H1 element receives some default styling. Now, it is important that that default styling is a nice to have feature, but not something you should rely on. It differs between operating systems and browsers, and it can be overwritten with CSS, cascading style sheets, that second programming language which I mentioned earlier. And therefore, typically as a developer, we want to add our own styles, also because those default styles are not that beautiful and are rarely what we want. And hence, we'll now dive into CSS, and we're going to start writing some CSS code to change that styling. And I want to start with that H1 element. It's okay, but I want to change the font type. I want to switch to a different text font. And we also might want to center this text and maybe also change the color of this text slightly. And all that can be done with CSS. Now, how do we then add this CSS code and how does it look like? Adding it isn't too difficult. We just need to go to the element which we want to style, and then on this opening tag, before that greater than sign, we add a so-called HTML attribute. We do that by adding a white space here, and then add one of the supported attributes. In this case, the style attribute. Now that's something we haven't done before though. HTML attributes are not something we used before. Now attributes are extra pieces of information you can add to your HTML elements. And different HTML elements support different attributes. For example, basically all HTML elements support the style attribute. And these attributes are always added on the opening tag, and then we can add extra pieces of information or change the behavior of that element on which we add them with those attributes. You can also learn more about the attributes if you hover over them in Visual Studio Code, and you also get some helpful auto-completion. If I start typing a S, for example, I see all the attributes I can add to this H1 element, and the further I type, the more this is narrowed down until just the style is left. And then you can always hit Tab to auto-complete this and have it added for you. Here you also see now how you then complete such an attribute, how you assign a value. Because the attribute name, as it's called here, on the left side of this equal sign, just tells the browser which attribute you want to set. You then assign a value between double quotes, opening and closing double quotes, to, well, set the value for this attribute. And which value you can set depends on which attribute you're setting. In case of the style attribute, for example, we'll be able to set some CSS code as a value between those quotes. And attributes are typically always set like this. Attribute name, then no white space, that's important, no white space, equal sign, no white space, double quotes, opening and closing. That's how you should set your attributes in HTML. And that's how you can then change the behavior of HTML elements. So what is now the value we want to set for this style attribute here? This style attribute allows us to add some CSS styling to the element on which we're using it. In this case, on this H1 text, I want to start by changing the font, the text font, so the type of text we have here, so the look of the text. And we do this by adding font-family, and then in this case, sans-serif here. Now what is this here? This is now some CSS code. That's how CSS code looks like. There's a bit more to it, which we'll learn later, but that is the heart of CSS. We can set different properties, as this part in front of the colon is called, of the HTML element which we're targeting with our CSS code. The font family property, for example, changes the type of font for this element. Now, just as HTML elements are standardized, CSS properties are also standardized. And you can also find a long list of supported properties on MDN. Now, as with the HTML elements, you should not learn that list by heart. There are many properties here which you will rarely use, and on the other hand, there are a couple of properties which you'll use all the time, and therefore you will learn them by heart automatically by using them. And it's needless to say that throughout this course, we're going to write tons of CSS code, and we're going to explain CSS in great depth, and you're going to learn a lot about CSS. Now, here, you would find font family if you search for it, and then you can learn more about it. And you'll learn that that allows you to set the font, so the look of the text, for a specific HTML element. And here we have the example I'm using in my code, font family sans serif. This sets the font family of this text in the H1 tag to a sans serif font, so to a text type which doesn't have serifs. Serifs are those little extensions you have on some characters, like that little bump at the end of the C here, which goes to the top, or that little bar to the left on that H. And if I reload now, after setting this CSS code on this first element, you indeed see that it changes. Now this text looks different, because now we changed the styling of this text with CSS. And that is how we can get started with CSS. We can add our CSS styles directly on HTML elements. And we always then assign CSS styles by targeting a specific property, one of the standardized and supported properties from that list of properties here. And then we have a colon and then a value for that property. And which value you can assign for which property depends on the property you're using. But again, we're going to see many properties and many values and many different kinds of values throughout this course. So that's also something that will come with experience. Now, in this case, I don't just want to set the font family to sans serif. I also want to center this text. And we can do this with another property. Now, if we want to add more than one property on one and the same element, we can simply separate them with a semicolon. So you add a semicolon after your first property value pair, and then you can add your second pair. And I'm adding an extra white space here, which is not needed technically, but makes it a bit easier to read. You could also start right after the semicolon. And the second property which I want to add here is the text-align property. And you see that I'm getting auto-completion here. That's another nice feature of VS Code. It's not just helping with auto-completion for attributes and HTML elements, it also helps with auto-completion for CSS code. And that means that here, as soon as I start typing, it, for example, already suggests that I might want to use text-align. So if I hit enter again, this is partially completed, and now it even helps me pick a value. So when I said that there are different values for different kinds of properties, the good thing is that IDEs like Visual Studio Code help you choose the right value because they give you suggestions. And if I would try to enter a value here which is not supported, I don't get an error, but I see that I don't get any autocompletion as I continue typing. And that often is an indicator that something's wrong about that value. So here, I'll bring back those auto suggestions by hitting Control Space on my keyboard. And then we can pick Center as a text alignment to center this H1 text. And if we do that, and we go back and reload this page, now this text indeed is centered. So that's how we added another piece of CSS here. And now I got a challenge for you. I want to change the color of this text. And we're going to do that together in the next lecture, but you might want to try this on your own. Now, we haven't learned about the color property yet, but maybe you can find it in that CSS reference, because the name of the property you'll need is rather straightforward. And then try setting a color on your own. And to keep it simple, set the color to red. So use red, the text red, as a value. So you will add whatever property you need here. That's what you need to find out. And you should set it to a value of red. That's my challenge for you. We're going to set the right property together in the next lecture. Were you successful? Let's set the color together now. Now, we got a long reference of possible values, but maybe you searched for color. And you then might have found the background color as well, but as the name implies, that would set the background color of a text, not the text color itself. But if you continue searching, at some point after finding a lot of other colors, you should also find just the color. Now maybe you searched for text color, and indeed that property does not exist, but you might have found the color property, which is just written like this, color. And that's how you can add a color to an element. Now, there are different ways of setting colors, and I'll talk about those in a second. But the most straightforward way of setting a color is to set the color property, then a colon, and then use one of the built-in colors, like red. There are other built-in colors as well, and in Visual Studio Code, you even get that nice auto completion here, where it gives you a little preview of how the color looks like on the left of the text. So that's pretty nice. And here I want to use red. And if we set that, then if we reload, this text is red. So that's how we can now also set the color. And there are more properties we can add, and more properties we'll learn about throughout this course, but that's it for the moment. What I want to point out at this point though, is that with CSS, you can totally change how your content looks. We could also make this non-bold or shrink the text. So the default styling assigned by the browser is nice to have, but it's not why we use certain HTML elements. We're not using the H1 element because that then by default is bold and big. We could change all of that with CSS, and we could make a paragraph bold and big as well. Instead, we really just use different HTML elements to convey different meanings and to set the meaning which is then picked up by search engines and by assistive technologies. The look is not why we use a certain element. Instead, for this, we use CSS, and now you got a first introduction into the CSS syntax. Now that we learned about the basics of CSS, I want to apply what we learned to this paragraph. And I want to style this paragraph as well. Therefore, we can also add the style attribute here, because as I mentioned before, the style attribute is an attribute which you can add to basically every HTML element, because basically every HTML element can be styled. I'm saying basically because we will later learn about a few elements that actually can't be styled because they're not visible, but I'll come back to that later. So to this paragraph, we can add this style attribute. And now here I also want to set a font family of sans serif. And I also want to set text alignment to center here. So I'll repeat the styles from before. And I also want to give this paragraph a color. And here I'll not choose red as a color. I'll actually not keep red as a color on the h1 tag either in the near future, but I want to use a different color here. And now that's the topic of this lecture, colors. For the h1 element, we chose red as a color. Now here I want to use a dark grayish color. And conveniently, there is a dark gray color we can assign. Now if we do that and save this, if we have a look at our page, we can see that this paragraph now is centered, has a font family of sans serif, there are no serifs on the characters anymore, and we can see that it's grayish. But what if that's not exactly the color we want? What if I want a little bit of a darker gray? The problem is that if we have a look at those pre-built colors, there are a couple of colors, and there also is a gray color, which ironically is a bit darker than dark gray. Yeah, it is what it is. But what if even that is not exactly the color I want? Now the good thing is that in web development you can mix any color you want, you can create any color you want, because there are over 16 million of supported colors. They're just not all pre-built and stored under a name. Because imagine what would happen if you had 16 million pre-built colors here. That list would be quite long. Instead, there are different ways of creating a color. And one of the most common forms of creating a color, which still can look strange when you first learn about it, is using a hex code. But you might have seen that in other tools, for example in Adobe Photoshop already, and hence I'm showing it here as well. You can create a color with a hex code by adding a hash symbol here, and then you use a hexadecimal number. For example, 5344B. If you use that, that is a dark gray color. And with a hexadecimal number, we simply point at one of those over 16 million colors. If we would be using the decimal system here, instead of the hexadecimal system, we simply would start typing very long color identifiers here. That's why we use the hexadecimal system instead, so that we have shorter codes here. And in the hexadecimal system, every color is expressed with 6 digits. And actually we can split these 6 digits into 3 pairs of 2 digits. And then they represent the red, green, and blue portion of a color. Because in web development we can describe all those colors which we want to use with a mixture of red, green, and blue. And the hexadecimal value which we have here simply describes 3 individual parts, red, green, and blue, which together form one color which has one unique identifier. Now, this might be a bit overwhelming right now, and you might wonder, how do you know which hexadecimal value represents the color you want to use? Well, the great thing is there are tools for that. If you Google for a color picker, you should find such a color picker right away, which is actually built into Google. Alternatively, you find some websites which also should offer you color pickers. And here you can play around with them and pick some colors here. Now what you'll see in this Google color picker is that you automatically get the hex code and also a couple of other representations of that color which you chose here. And you can always copy that hex code and use it in your web development code, in your CSS code, once you chose the color you want to use. Now, what's interesting is that you also see a couple of other representations of one and the same color here. All these values which you see down there describe the same color. For example, this orange color which I picked here. And in web development, you are also not limited to just this hexadecimal notation if you don't like it. You can use it, but you can also describe the same color differently in web development as well. And here the great thing is that in Visual Studio Code, we actually got great support built in that helps us with picking a color. If we hover over this color code, which we used here, then this built-in color picker overlay window should open up in Visual Studio Code. And here you can not only pick a color with that built-in color picker, but in addition, if you click on that picked color up there, you can also cycle between different notations which you can use in web development for describing a color. You can switch to this RGB notation, where you again describe a color as a mixture of red, green, and blue, but now actually using the decimal system and using values between 0 and 255 for every color tone. Or you can switch to the HSL notation, which stands for Hue, Saturation, Lightness, which has a slightly different, more advanced approach, but which also allows you to describe one and the same color. And again, you can always use a color picker like you find it here on Google to find out how those different values change if you change colors. And you can use either of these free ways of describing a color, a hexadecimal code, RGB, or HSL in web development. And attached to this lecture, you'll also find some extra resources that summarize these color concepts and ensure that you fully understand how you can define your colors. Now, it is up to you which approach you prefer. In this course, we'll typically use this RGB notation, which you see here, but it is up to you which one you prefer. And that's it for colors right now. We will use a lot of colors throughout this course because most things look better if they're not just black and white. And therefore it is important to be aware of the different ways of setting colors in web development. That you have a lot of options when it comes to colors, a lot of colors you can use, and that you get different ways of defining those colors. And here I'll now take this RGB color, this gray color, and also assign it as a color for this H1 tag. And with that, if we save this, if I go back and reload, now we got this grayish color for both the heading and the paragraph. Now, before we write more code and learn about more good features you should be aware of, let's have a look at the code we already got, both here in the code editor as well as the result we got in the browser. And if we have a look at this result in the code editor, we see that it's becoming a bit harder to read our code because it's very long. We have a very long lines of code here. Now, therefore, we might want to split our code across multiple lines. And you can do that. You should typically not add a line break in the middle of a HTML tag because whilst if you save this, it still works. This can quickly lead to errors where you start adding new HTML elements in between because you don't realize that you added a line break inside of a tag. And hence you should not do that. But you can absolutely, for example, add a line break after the opening tag and then after the content. And if we do that, then this code already gets a bit more readable. You might also notice that the IDE, Visual Studio Code here, automatically indents that content which is now moved to a new line, so that text content between the H1 and paragraph tags. And this indentation is added automatically by Visual Studio Code since it also helps with readability. It makes it easy to spot that this text is inside of that H1 or paragraph and not on the same level, so that it's not a sibling, but instead inside of that element. Regarding the output on the website, it will be ignored. So this indentation here is only here for us during development to have an easier time identifying the values, the content inside of an element. It's not output on the screen. The users of our website will not see this indentation. But doing this manually can be annoying, and I'm reverting this here so that I can show you an alternative. Because there is a very useful alternative, a very useful feature built into Visual Studio Code, which helps you with code formatting. If you have a look at your keyboard shortcuts, and you search for Format Document here, you will find a Format Document shortcut. If it's not bound yet, you can bind it. Now, if you do bind it, you can press this shortcut to format this code automatically, simply by pressing a shortcut. If this does not work correctly, or even if it does, you might want to have a look at a special extension which you can install, which helps with formatting and which is one of the most popular formatting extensions. Under View Extensions, you can go to the Extensions menu and you can install a third-party extension into Visual Studio Code. The extensibility Visual Studio Code has is one of its many advantages. And here you can search for Prettier, and you should find the Prettier extension. I already have it installed here. You can install it now. And Prettier is an extension that helps with code formatting. Once you did install it, you can go back to the Explorer with View Explorer or the shortcut which you see next to that item. And then you can go to Preferences, Settings in Visual Studio Code, and here also search for Format. And make sure that under Default Formatter, you do select Prettier VS Code. And if that's selected, pressing that Format Document shortcut should format your document with Prettier. And it simply saves you the hassle of manually splitting your code and formatting your code. And Prettier will automatically format your code following common best practices, so that it doesn't add a line break in the middle of a tag, for example. So that's something to be aware of. Now, Prettier is very useful for structuring our code. Another very useful tool is a tool built into the browser, into Chrome in this case, but other browsers have it as well. I'm talking about the developer tools. We are a developer, or we're becoming a developer, but we already wrote some code, so I guess we are a developer. And as a developer, we often want to debug the result of our code. We want to look into our result and inspect it at runtime. So we want to have a look at the result in the browser and look behind the scenes there. Now we can do this by viewing the page source, but there we just see the code we wrote. Sometimes we want to find out which styles are applied on an element. And of course, we can't just look into our code to find out which styles are applied. But what about the browser default styles I mentioned before? For example, this H1 tag has a bigger size, a bigger font size than this paragraph because it has some browser default styles applied. And for this, you can right-click on some content and choose Inspect. And if you click there, this will open up the browser developer tools. Alternatively, in Chrome, you can open them with View, Developer, Developer Tools, or by using the shortcut which you see here. Now there you got various parts that make up the developer tools, but for us the Elements tab here is the important one. And as a side note, the developer tools do not look the same across all browsers, so I do recommend that you also give Chrome a try if you want to follow along with exactly the set of features I'm showing here. In the Elements tab, you see your HTML content. You actually see more than the content, more elements that we haven't written yet, but we can ignore them right now. HTML, head, body, we can ignore that right now. Instead, here we see the H1 and the P element. And you see if I hover over them, they get selected on the left. We can also click on this icon here and then select the item in the left here, so on our web page, and it's then selected here on the right. And why are these tools useful? Because if we have a look at them, if we select an element here, then at the bottom of this screen, we can see the styles that affect this element. And here we see the styles we added directly on the element with this style attribute. That's the styles we see here. But we also see some user agent styles here. And user agent, that's simply our browser. It's the agent we as a user use to access this website. And here we see some default styles which are applied onto this H1 element in this case. And whilst we haven't learned about all those styles yet, we see that, for example, there's a font size style being set to a strangely looking value of 2M, which clearly controls the font size of this element. And being able to inspect your code like this is very useful because you can see what affects an element. And especially if your web page becomes more complex and you have more and more elements with more and more styles, being able to look into these DevTools and look into the styles that affect an element directly on your page is very convenient. You can also not just look into your styles there, you can also edit them. For example, here I can switch text align to left, and I get a preview of how this would look like. And I can also click on this color preview here and actually pick a different color and see how that looks like. And if we reload, those changes are gone, because if we play around with styles here, we don't change our original code. We just change the loaded page, but if we then reload that page thereafter, we reload the page based on our actual code. And it is worth pointing out that these developer tools are not just available on sites you are working on. You can inspect any website with those DevTools. So for example, here I'm on google.com, and here if I open those DevTools, I can also inspect elements here on google.com, this image, for example, and I can see the styles that affect this image. And of course, we can also change the styles here or add a brand new style here if I wanted to. That's all something we can do. Now keep in mind that we're not changing the original code, so we're not hacking Google here. We're only changing what was loaded for us, so we're only hacking ourselves. And if we change something here and reload, that will also be gone. Any changes we made will be gone. But these DevTools are a very useful tool for experimenting and playing around with your own page, for understanding why certain things look the way they look, and of course also for exploring other pages which you did not build. Maybe to find inspiration or to see how the developers of that page achieved a certain style. That being said, if you do inspect other pages like google.com, of course, at the moment you will still see many HTML elements and also CSS properties you haven't learned about yet. But that's something we're going to work on throughout this course. So the DevTools are another useful tool which you should be aware of and which we will use from time to time in this course, and that's why I wanted to introduce them early. Now I will close them for now, and we are now going to dive back into our code, but the DevTools and this auto format shortcut which you'll learn about, these are things you should keep in mind. So let's now continue adding content to our page. At the moment we have this title and this paragraph, and now I want to add a second paragraph here. I want to add a second paragraph below the first one where we add more text. And I'm adding this text in a new paragraph instead of adding it in the first paragraph because I soon want to style it differently, and therefore it shouldn't get the styles which are applied on this first paragraph. And B, if we use a new paragraph, we'll automatically get a line break. If I add some text here and I add a line break in my code, you notice that if I reload, the line break is not here on the page. And that's something to note and something to be aware of. Line breaks in your text, in your code, are ignored by the browser, by HTML, if they are in one and the same HTML element, basically. There are some exceptions, and you could also change this behavior with CSS, but by default, they are ignored. So if you have a new paragraph of text, you really want to create a new paragraph element. And if you think about it, it makes sense. The HTML element is called a paragraph element. So every paragraph of text should be wrapped by its own paragraph element. That's the most semantically correct way of structuring your content. And that's why I'm using a new paragraph here. I want to have a new paragraph of text. Now in this paragraph, I'll say I'll achieve this goal by diving into more learning resources. That's the text I'll have here. And if we save this and reload, we see that text here, and this text does not have the styling from the first paragraph because we haven't added that style attribute here. So for the moment, I'll just copy this style attribute with the values, with the CSS code we assigned to the first paragraph, and add it to the second paragraph as well. And I'll press this format document shortcut so that my code is automatically formatted and is structured in a more readable way. And now if I reload, that second paragraph is styled as well. Now I'll come back to that styling because having to copy that style around is not ideal for a couple of reasons, but I'll come back to that. For the moment, I want to add more content. And to be precise, I want to turn more learning resources into a link. Because that's another common requirement which you might have on any website you're building, that you want to include some links that lead somewhere else, either to another page of your site, but at the moment we only have one page, one HTML file here, or to some external resource. And here I want to start with some external resource. Let's simply say we want to link to Google here, google.com, but you can link to any page. If we want to link there, we need to grab that address, google.com, or this complete address as it shows up in the browser, including https://. We need to grab this address, and then what? How do we turn this text into a link? Well, we got a separate, dedicated HTML element for this. We got the A element. And A stands for anchor tag, and the anchor tag is such a link. Now, this anchor tag needs to be wrapped around the text that should become a link, and then you need to add one very important thing to this anchor element. You need to add a HTML attribute, because like this, we would tell the browser which text should become a link, the text between the opening and closing anchor tags, but we don't tell the browser what the address, what the target destination of this link is. And to tell the browser, we need to add an attribute here which defines this target address. So that's another example of us adding more information to an element with help of attributes. And here it's the href, the hyperlink reference attribute which we need to add. How do I know that? From experience, from the MDN docs, and of course by using autocompletion. If we add this attribute, we can now set a target destination of this link. And here the value then should be the URL we want to go to. For example, in this case, https://www.google.com. But of course you can use any address here. And I'll press this auto format shortcut again so that this is formatted again. Please note that it did now add a line break after into for me here, and that this is no problem, that this will be ignored as you learned, and therefore this will still be one sentence in one line once it's output by the browser. And speaking of that, let's see what the browser outputs. If I reload now, we see that more learning resources is underlined, and if I click on it, I'm taken to Google. And of course now I'll go back because I want to stay on my page. Now regarding the fact that it's underlined and actually also has a different color, we did learn that we can now inspect this in the browser to open the DevTools and have a look at why it's looking this way. And here indeed we see that we haven't assigned any custom styles, but we have some user agent styles. And here some color is set and the text decoration is set to underline. And that's why we do have this look here. So that's now a link added. And of course that's another key feature because basically every web page you're going to build will very likely need some links. Now I want to highlight something which is easy to miss and which you probably missed in the last lecture. We added this anchor element. Now what's special about this element besides the fact that it's a link? The special thing here is that it's the first element that we added, which is actually nested inside of some other element. Up to this point, we had a H1 element next to a paragraph, next to another paragraph. But now, this anchor element is another HTML element, which is now actually inside of another element. It's inside of this paragraph element. And this is no exception. Instead, this is something which you'll do all the time with HTML. For the vast majority of websites you're going to build, which of course will be a bit more complex than what we're building at the moment, you don't just have a lot of adjacent HTML elements, so elements that sit right next to each other, but instead you have nested elements. And you can deeply nest elements to have element inside of element inside of element. So we could include another element inside of this anchor tag element if it would make sense here, which in this case probably isn't the case, but we're going to see a lot of nesting throughout this course as we learn about more and more HTML elements. And that is one of the key features of HTML, that you can build and structure complex content by nesting HTML elements into each other. Because otherwise, if that would not be possible, you would not be able to build complex content structures. You would not be able to have a paragraph with a link inside of it, and that's of course unrealistic. So nesting HTML elements into each other, as we're doing it here with this link in this paragraph, is totally common. And it is just something which I wanted to point out here because it is such a common thing to do and because it is one of the key characteristics of HTML. Now that we added this link here, we might want to style this link in our own way and not stick to the default styles we got here. But before we do that, let's revisit the styles we have on the other elements. Up to this point, we always added styles by setting that style attribute. And now already we can see a huge disadvantage of using this approach. It worked fine if we only had one or two elements, but now that we have more and more elements, we have a lot of CSS code right in our HTML code, which leads to very long HTML elements. And in addition, we have code duplication. These two paragraphs have exactly the same style values, and we need to duplicate this because every style affects just the element on which you added it. Now, of course, it's very realistic that we're building a website with dozens or maybe hundreds of paragraphs. And if we then have to copy and paste the styles to all those paragraphs, that can quickly become very annoying. And it's not just annoying. If we ever decide to change something, let's say we want to pick a slightly different color here. If we ever decide to do that, we then need to copy that change onto all the other paragraphs. And that's just not realistic. I'll undo it here, but that is something which we could be doing. And that's just not something we want to do. That makes our website very difficult to develop and maintain. And therefore, adding styles like this through this style attribute, an approach which is called inline styles, because you add the style definitions in line with the element on which you're adding them, that is something you can do, but it's not the most common way of adding styles. Instead, you typically define styles globally, and you define on which elements, on which kind of elements, certain styles should be applied, so that you don't have to add them individually to multiple elements. And for that, we can add a new HTML element here at the top of our index.html file, and that's the style element. And that's now a special element. Up to this point, all the elements we used, H1, paragraph, and anchor element, rendered something on the screen which we could see. So all these elements output something visible. In the case of the elements we used thus far, they output text. Now the style element is different. It's invisible. It doesn't render or show anything on the screen. If I add style here, and I add a S in there, and I reload, we don't see that on the screen. But adding an S in there is also not correct. Instead, the style element is there to allow us as a developer to define some CSS code between the style tags. So what we added on the style attribute on the individual elements can now be defined here between the style tags, just in a slightly different way. Because now with that style element, we can define global CSS styles. And to be precise, in this style element, we define so-called CSS rules, which look like this. CSS rules are more than the property value assignments we got in our style attribute. Here we just set which properties should be set to which values for the element on which we added the style attribute. With CSS rules, we can now define global rules which affect multiple elements at once. And for this, we need to add some extra information. We do still have our property value assignment, but in addition, we also got a so-called selector, and then some curly braces, and then the property value pairs between those curly braces. And this selector is important. This selector tells the browser for which elements on our page these styles should be set. And in this case, we have a so-called type selector, this P selector, which would say that all paragraph elements, so we have the element name here without the angle brackets, that all paragraph elements should receive the styling defined between the curly braces. And we can now apply this here as well. We could say that we want to target all paragraph elements by writing P here, and then opening and closing curly brace. And then between the curly braces, we set our different CSS styles. So we can cut the styles from down there, from the style attribute, and add them here. And now it's just common to split them across multiple lines, every line ending with a semicolon to make it more readable. So that's how our CSS code should look like. Multiple property value pairs for one selector, and every line ends with a semicolon, and all the lines are between curly braces. And then we can remove this style attribute here, and also on this second paragraph. And now, even though I removed those style attributes, if we save this file and we reload, we see that nothing changes there visually. And that simply proves that our styles are still being applied. But if we inspect our content here with the DevTools, we indeed can spot a difference here. We see that for the two paragraph tags, the styling actually comes from this rule here. And it even tells us where this rule is defined, that it's in the index.html file in line 2. And if we have a look at our file, that's correct. The rule that affects these elements starts here in line 2. It's this paragraph selector rule. And of course, we can not just do this for the paragraph, we can also do this for the H1 element and target the H1 element here and then copy our styles or cut our styles, add them here, split them across multiple lines, and then set it like this and remove the style attribute down there. And with that, we're targeting all H1 elements, even though we only have one element here, and we're setting our styles for those elements. And now, of course, we still have the same styles for these two different rules, but we don't have the duplication for the same elements as we had it before with the same style attribute being set for all the paragraphs. And of course, we still have some style duplication here between the H1 and the paragraph tag. And there would be ways of reducing this as well, but we're not going to do this right now because I'm soon going to change those styles a little bit. And in addition, it's also something which will lead us deeper down into the CSS rabbit hole, and we're going to take that path a little bit later in the course. But adding styles like this is a major step forward because that will help us get our CSS code out of the HTML code down there, which makes this HTML code way more readable. It leads to shorter lines, for example. And in addition, we don't have that unnecessary duplication across elements and the error proneness that is related to that. Now that we did add this special style element, we can definitely see that there are different kinds of HTML elements. The vast majority of available elements is about outputting content which we can see, like this text here. But we also have some elements like style, which do something which might have a visual impact. After all, this sets some styling, but of course the style element itself is not visible. We don't see it here on the screen. So we could say that this style element actually adds some meta information to our page. It adds some information which is important for the browser, but which is not visible itself to the user. And because we have that differentiation between actual visible elements and content and meta information, we also should split our HTML document into two parts to make that separation between meta, data, and content more official. Because there is an official anatomy of a valid HTML document which we should try to respect as a web developer. If we have visible content, like a h1 tag with some text inside of it, we should wrap this kind of content with an extra body element. So that then defines the actual page content of our page. And we should then have an extra head section next to the body, which will hold extra metadata for this page. For example, styles, or also a title, which we're going to set soon, which will set the page title, which will not show up on the page, but which, for example, would be the title showing up on search engines. What you see here, that's what's set with the title element in the head section of an HTML file. So you should split your HTML elements into these two main sections, head and body. And then those two sections should be wrapped by an HTML element, so an element named HTML. And then last but not least, at the very top of the file, you should have this doctype element, which looks super weird and which is the only kind of element that looks that weird, which simply tells the browser which version of HTML we're using. Why does this matter? Because HTML is a language with some history. It's not a language that was invented yesterday. Instead, HTML has been around since 1993, which was when HTML version 1 was released. And then we had different versions being released over the different years. And the most important big new version that was released was HTML5 in 2014. And that's the version with which we still work and which will stick around for the future. But because we have those different versions, and theoretically you could still have a web page that was built before 2014 and that was never updated thereafter, it is strongly recommended that you do specify the HTML version you're using in your HTML document right at the top with this special line. And this special strange looking HTML element, doctype HTML, that simply means that we're using HTML version 5, even though there is no 5 in this element, but that's what it is. And that then simply tells the browser that we're using the latest version of HTML. And if we would not have that, we would tell the browser that we don't know which version we're using, or that we're maybe using an older version, which then will affect how the browser sees and parses our page. So we should add this as well, and then have the HTML element with head and body inside of it. And you might recall that in the DevTools, you actually already saw this separation. There you already see HTML, head, and body, even though we haven't added this in our code. But the browser kind of adds it automatically if it's missing, but that's no excuse for us to not add it. We should always add it, also to help other developers or ourselves in a couple of months when we come back to this code to quickly see where our metadata will be defined and where the actual page content will live. And therefore now we'll change this. I'll add this doctype HTML element at the top, and then below that the HTML element opening and closing. And then inside of this HTML element we add the head element, and next to this head element the body element. And then we put metadata like this style element into the head section. So I'll cut this and add this here. And we put our visual body, so all the HTML code down there, into this body. And now we got a correctly structured HTML document. And if we save this and reload, you see there's some spacing added at the top, which is some browser default style, which we get now that we have this official structure. But other than that, nothing changed. Still, this is the structure you should use for every HTML file you're creating, because that is the correct form of defining HTML and of splitting your metadata and your visual data. And now, speaking of metadata, I did mention this title here on this slide. And I mentioned that this sets the title which shows up on search engines, for example. It also sets the title which you see here in your tabs. At the moment, it just repeats the file name here, but you might want a different title here, so that if you have multiple tabs open, you don't just see index.html here, but some title that clearly identifies your website. And to set this title, you simply add another HTML element here inside of this head section, the title element. Now, title sounds a bit like it would set some title which you see on the screen, but it doesn't. For titles and headings and headlines that should be visible, you should use the h1 element or one of its sibling elements, h2, h3, which we're going to see later in the course. The title element is not visible on the page itself. Instead, it just sets this title which shows up in a tab and in the search engine results. And here we could say My Daily Challenge, because we are building a daily challenge website here. And if we now set this title and save everything, if we reload, we see no change here on the screen, but now in the tab, you see this title now. And if we would have this website on a server and search engine crawlers would see it, it's also this title which would show up on the search results as a title. And that's therefore another common piece of metadata which you often add to your pages. Actually, before we dive deeper into new features, let's quickly talk about a couple of shortcuts and things you can do here in Visual Studio Code to speed up your development and to be more efficient as a developer. Of course, all of that is optional, but nice to know. And let's start with all that white space that was added automatically, for example, when you pressed this Format Document shortcut. As I just said, it's added automatically, but sometimes you also need to add some indentation manually because you messed something up there, and you can't always quickly do that by hitting the Tab button on your keyboard. This adds multiple blanks at once. So instead of hitting the spacebar multiple times, you can just hit Tab fewer times and you'll have the same effect. Of course, you can also always press that Format Document shortcut, but there also sometimes are scenarios where Format Document actually formats the code a bit differently than you might want it, and in such cases it's nice to know that you can quickly add the appropriate amount of indentation with the Tab button on your keyboard. The Tab button also can be used for more useful things though. Let's say you want to add the title here. Of course, we did already add it, but let's delete it and re-add it. Now, as soon as I start typing anything here, we get this auto-completion, these suggestions here in Visual Studio Code. And the more we type, the more those are narrowed down. Now, if you found the suggestion you want to use, you can always select it in this suggestion overlay here, and then hit Enter or the Tab key to autocomplete this suggestion so that you don't have to type the full word. And I use that a lot. I autocomplete basically everything which I write, and that again saves a lot of time. And besides saving a lot of time, it also avoids errors and typos, because if you autocomplete a suggestion, there can't be a typo in it. So that's another benefit of using the autocompletion and these suggestions a lot. And then, of course, we got additional benefits like the automatic addition of this closing tag here by Visual Studio Code, but that happens automatically without pressing any shortcut. Now I will use Control-Z to reverse this and go back to my old title here. Now you also get these suggestions here in CSS. If you start typing something here, like background color, I get these overlays here as well. I can select the property I want to use. And these suggestions also are smart, and Visual Studio Code tries to sort them such that the most probable thing which I want to pick is auto-selected and is at the top here. But if that's not the property I want to add, we can use the arrow keys to select a different one. And then here, once you got the suggestion you need, you can again select it, hit tab, and autocomplete this. And now I also get appropriate suggestions for the value this property needs. So since this is a color, I get some color suggestions here. And these are all some convenience features which you really should play around with, which you should explore, as they can really save you a lot of time. Now, when it comes to writing HTML elements, you got another quick way or another utility feature here in Visual Studio Code that can save you time. Let's say we want to add another paragraph here. You can, of course, add this opening angle bracket, type P, and type the closing angle bracket. And that's not too bad. But you can also just type P without any angle brackets, and then you should also get this suggestion pop-up here, and you see that it says Emmet abbreviation here. And Emmet is a built-in plugin in Visual Studio Code that helps with auto-completing and auto-creating HTML elements. If you type the name of an element without the angle brackets, you should get this overlay here, these Emmet abbreviations. And if that's open and you then hit the tab key, you see this automatically creates such a HTML element for you. And that works for the paragraph. It, of course, also works for the title. And you don't even need to type the full word, just starting with it and then having the correct suggestion selected allows you to hit the tab key to autocomplete it. Now, of course, we don't need the title here in the body. This was just an example. So these are a couple of useful shortcuts and tricks you should be aware of. Another very useful feature is that you can quickly move items like HTML elements or CSS properties around if you need to change the order. For example, if I want to move that paragraph in front of that paragraph, we can of course cut it and then go there, add a new line and paste it. And let me revert this. Or we can drag and drop it actually. So if it's selected, you can drag it and drop it here and then press that auto format shortcut. Or you can also select it and then press the Alt key and an up or down arrow to move this item up or down. And this is also a quick way of switching orders and moving HTML elements or CSS properties around. And you don't even need to select everything, just having your active cursor in that line which you want to move up or down is enough. Now there are way more shortcuts and I don't want to overwhelm you right now, and diving into them and exploring them is definitely a good idea which you might want to explore or which you might want to do off screen once you feel like it. But I do definitely recommend that at some point you do dive into your keyboard shortcuts in Visual Studio Code and see which shortcuts you have here. Now, obviously, you have a lot, but just looking through them and playing around with them certainly isn't a bad idea. Attached, you also find a link to more useful Visual Studio Code resources with some tips and tricks about the most important features and shortcuts that might be useful to you. And with that, that's it for the moment. Just a little bit of extra productivity which you might be able to unlock. And therefore, let's now get back to learning more about HTML and CSS. So by now we already learned a lot about HTML and CSS and how we use these two languages to bring something onto the screen. Time for a little wrap up of what we learned up to this point. Most importantly, we learned about HTML elements. And you learned that an HTML element typically is made up of an opening tag and a closing tag, and between those tags you have the actual content. In case of the H1 element, which is used to create a main heading, a main title, the content between the opening and closing tags is the text of that title. Other examples for elements would be the paragraph element for a regular paragraph of text, or the link element for creating a link. And the link element also is another great example for another key HTML feature, attributes. We can add attributes to HTML elements to add extra functionality or configuration to them. For example, the anchor element, which we use to create a link, needs this extra attribute to know or to tell the browser where this link should lead to. Because between the opening and closing tags, we actually only have the text that should be turned into a link, but the destination of the link, of course, is a separate thing. And that's therefore a great example for a scenario where we need an HTML attribute. Now, those HTML attributes are added like you see it here. You have an attribute name, which is standardized, just like the HTML elements themselves are. So different elements support different attributes. Some attributes can be added to basically all elements, and some attributes can only be added to some elements. For example, this href attribute cannot be added to all elements. Now, after this attribute name, we have an equal sign without any white space between name and equal sign. And then after the equal sign, we directly have the so-called attribute value. Between double quotes, that's important, we always have those double quotes, and between those quotes we have a value that makes sense for the attribute with which we are working. Earlier in this course, you saw the style attribute, and there we had some CSS code as a value. Now for the link, it's the actual address this link should be leading to. Now we also learned about CSS though, and we learned that we can add CSS directly to elements, but that we typically instead write global CSS as we are doing it here. The advantage with global CSS is that we have a clear split between HTML code and CSS code, and that makes working on our code easier. And we can also select multiple elements in one go and apply the same styling to multiple elements without annoying copy and pasting. Now, for global CSS, you create those CSS rules between those style tags. That's important. You have to put your CSS code between those style tags to ensure that the browser understands your intention. And then you select the kind of element you want to style by the element name without the angle brackets. And then between curly braces, opening and closing, you have your CSS property value assignments. You specify certain CSS properties, which are also standardized. So just like elements and attributes, CSS properties are standardized. You can't invent your own ones. And then after a colon, you have values for those properties. And just as with HTML attributes, different CSS properties want different values. A value of center, for example, of course makes no sense as a value for the color property, and vice versa. So that's how you can add CSS. Now, as pages tend to become more complex, you also have this general HTML page structure, this skeleton. And you can split your code into metadata and actual visible content of your page. The visible content should go between the body tags and your metadata, like the styling, but also this title, which shows up in the browser tab and in search engine results, should go between those head tags. And both head and body should then go between the HTML tags, and you also add this version at the top here. Now, one important word about putting tags into tags, so putting elements into elements like we do it here, this is a totally normal and common thing. It's one of the main strengths and important features of HTML, that you can nest HTML elements into each other. Here, for example, we have a style element inside of a head element inside of HTML. And if we scroll down here, we got an anchor element inside of a paragraph element, which is inside of the body, which is inside of HTML. This is something you do all the time when you write HTML code, since you can only fully express different kinds of content by combining and nesting different HTML elements. And we're only getting started regarding that at this point here. Now that's a quick summary, a first summary of what we learned. Now let's dive in deeper. Now that we got this correct HTML skeleton, as it's also called, this correct HTML structure, let's continue working on our content and on styling this content. And what about this link? This link still has its default style. We can, of course, also apply some styling to that link, and you might be able to guess how that could work. We could add the style attribute here, but I don't really want to do this anymore, for the reasons mentioned before. Instead, we can add a new CSS rule here. We got one for H1 elements, we got one for paragraphs. Now we can add one for anchor elements, simply by using the element name here. And that's always how CSS rules work. When we use this type selector, where we select by HTML element type, we always just repeat the name of the HTML element without those angle brackets. So here, A. And with that, we target all the anchor elements on our page. We can give them a certain look, a certain styling. Now, which styling do we want here? We might want to change the color, and I also want to get rid of that underlining. Not because it's bad, just because I don't want it here. Now let's start with the color, because we learned how that worked. And we learned that we got different ways of defining a color, and it's up to you which approach you prefer, RGB, HSL, or hex codes. And I will stick to RGB here and define a color with the RGB function, as it's actually called. And then here I picked a color in advance, which has a red value of 167, the green value to 1, and the blue value to 78. And that gives me this plum red color here. And if we save this and reload, it might be a bit hard to see, but now I have this more reddish color here. Now, to get rid of the underlining, we can inspect this and see why it has an underlining. And if we inspect this, we see it's probably this line of code here, text decoration underline. This sounds very much like it's responsible for the, well, underline. So if we want to overwrite this with our own style, just as we overwrote the color, which is why we have this strike-through effect here for the default color, if we want to overwrite it, we just need to repeat this property and give it a different value. So here we can now also set text decoration and now set this to none to remove the underline effect. And if we do that and reload, the underline is gone, and now we just have this colored text. Now, it would be quite common that links should change their look if we hover over them though. And currently that link always looks the same. Now for this we need to dig into another CSS feature. We don't just have the type selectors here, we also have so-called pseudo selectors, which allow us to select an element when it has a different state, you could say. And for this we can add a new rule where we still type A, but then also colon, hover, and then our curly braces. This applies the hover pseudo selector on the anchor element, which means whenever any anchor element on the page is hovered on, so if the mouse is hovering over that element, then we want to apply the styles defined here. And here we could set text decoration to underline, for example, to bring back that underlining, but only if we're hovering over the link. So then the link will still have these styles, but in addition, this style here, if we hover over it. So then we again overwrite the text decoration and set it back to underline if we're hovering over the link. So if we now save this and reload, if I hover over this link, you see it's now underlined. And especially the hover pseudo selector is a super important type of selector which you will use all the time when writing CSS code, because it's very common for links and for buttons that you want to change the styling when the mouse pointer hovers over them. And that's how you can implement this. Now with that link styling added here, there's one important thing about CSS which I want to point out. And that is the fact that multiple different rules can affect the same element at the same time. And the link is a great example. If I inspect this, we can see that certainly our own rule here is having an effect here. But we also see that there is some default styling by the browser. Whilst we are overriding two of those three default styles, this cursor style, for example, is still affecting the link. And that is a style which you could also override, which just controls which mouse cursor we have when we move our mouse over this link. But here I'm fine with the default, so I'll not change this. But we got two different rules, this default rule and our own rule, applied to that link at the same time. And if we hover over this link, there's even another rule having an effect on it. We can see this here in the DevTools as well. If you click here on Toggle Element State and you choose Hover, then it also shows you all the rules that have an effect on the element when you're hovering over it. And then you see that this hover rule also would have an effect on that link. Of course it has, because we added it for this reason. But with that, we see that we have three different rules that have a direct impact, a direct effect on this link. And we actually even have some other effects, for example, the paragraph rule, which also affects the link because it is inside of a paragraph, and hence it also gets the font family of the paragraph, for example. And we're going to dig a bit deeper into that later in the course, but I already want to bring it up here. That's why it's called cascading style sheets, because we can have multiple CSS rules that affect one and the same element. And again, we're diving way deeper into that a little bit later in the course, when we also evaluate how styles override each other, but that's already something which is worth noting at this point already. Now that we're adding more and more styles, this style element here is getting bigger and bigger in this HTML document. Of course, I'm also zoomed in quite a bit here to make the code more readable, but even if I zoom out a bit temporarily, you see this is getting longer and longer, and especially this style part is growing and growing. And that's not bad, that's totally normal. But it's also therefore totally normal that we want to outsource this into a separate file. That we want to put our style definitions into a separate file which we then just add and merge into this file, so to say. And that is something which is officially supported by browsers and by HTML. We can create a new file here by clicking on this icon or using the new file shortcut, and then give this file a name of our choice, for example, daily-challenge.css. We could also name it styles.css or site.css, whatever we want, but I'll stick to daily challenge CSS. And now this file has to end with .css, and when it ends like that, you can put your CSS code right into that file. So we can go to index.html and grab all that CSS code here between the style tags, without the style tags though. So just the code itself, the CSS code itself, cut it, and add it here in daily challenge CSS. Now if we do this, and I save all files, if I reload, the styles are lost. Just because we added an extra file does not mean that this file gets used by the browser. The browser still only loads the HTML file, and in this file we have no reference to that extra CSS file. Just because it lives in the same directory does not mean that the browser automatically applies it. Instead, we explicitly have to state that we want to use this CSS file for styling the elements in this HTML file. And we do this with help of another meta HTML element. Not the style element, but instead the link element. The link element is added like this, and the special thing about the link element is that it has no closing element, no closing tag. Instead, this is a so-called void element because it actually has no content between the opening and closing tag, and hence there is no closing tag. Instead, such void elements, like the link element is, are configured with attributes only. And we don't have a lot of void elements, but there are a few, and they are always void because they just don't need any content between the tags. Instead here, link is configured with attributes only, and the attribute which it needs is the ref attribute. Just like the anchor tag had a ref attribute. But link does something different, and it can be easy to confuse those two because link also sounds like it would create a link which we could click, but that's not what happens. Instead, it creates a link to another file which will then be included or which will be used when this file is being parsed by the browser as well. So it links this HTML file to another file, and then both files together will be evaluated and parsed by the browser. It does not create a clickable link. So it's really just some random fact that link also has an attribute called href for defining a path to the file this HTML file should be linked to. And to be precise, it can be a relative path, so seen relative from this HTML file, and therefore since daily challenge CSS is a sibling file to this index.html file, we can just specify this daily-challenge.css file name as a value for href here, and that will then link this HTML file to this CSS file. Now there's just one other extra attribute which we have to add, and that's the rel attribute. That defines the kind of relationship we're creating here with this link, and here we should set the value to style sheet, telling the browser that what we import here will be a file full of CSS style definitions. You could argue that this is clear because of the file extension, but the browser doesn't look at the extension and then guess what should be in the file. Instead, you have to explicitly set this kind of relation. Though I will say right away that this is the most common type of link you'll create, a link to another style sheet. But we'll see other ways of importing other files into this HTML file a little bit later in the course. So this now creates a link to this style sheet and ensures that those styles will be used when this HTML file is being parsed by the browser. So if we now save this and reload, we got our styles back. But now they live in a separate file, and therefore we're back to a more readable and more manageable HTML file. And as a developer, that's always our goal. We want to keep our code maintainable and manageable. And of course, for bigger websites, it will grow automatically. It will become bigger and bigger, but especially outsourcing non-HTML content like CSS rules into a separate file is a good and common practice which you should consider using for your websites and your styles on your websites as well. Now, in the last lecture, I introduced void elements, and the link element was an example void element. We'll see another void element soon. And I got one important note about the exact syntax for those void elements, so how we write those void elements. I did write this link like this, just the opening tag, no closing tag. You can also, alternatively, add a / at the end of this opening tag, hence turning this into a so-called self-closing tag, because it immediately closes itself after the opening tag. And if you use this, or the alternative without the / at the end, is totally up to you. You can use either of the two syntaxes. Now I'm mentioning this here because when I press my auto format shortcut, it actually adds this / automatically for me. And hence, I don't want you to get confused if you later see that / here. That was simply me pressing the auto format shortcut, and it is exactly the same as having this element without that /. Now, at this point, before we dive deeper into HTML and CSS, which we will do in the next lectures, I want to come back to this slide from the first course section, where we learned how the web works. There you learned that websites and these browser instructions, HTML and CSS and so on, are requested by the browser with such a request, which reaches a server, which then returns those instructions to the browser. Now here on this page on which we worked thus far, we saw this in action. Actually, as mentioned earlier in this section, we don't really have a real web server yet. We're just loading a locally stored file into the browser here. We'll add a development server in the next course section though, but generally the big picture still applies. Loading this file into the browser is pretty similar to returning that file in a response here. Now that is all not new though. What is new is that in the last course lecture, we added a separate CSS file, which we are including here with this link into the HTML file. And now here is something very important to understand. Including external files like this CSS file into an HTML file is something we'll do a lot throughout this course, not just with CSS files. We're going to add more CSS files as well, but not just that, but later in this course, we're also going to add JavaScript code, and at some point we're going to start including JavaScript files, external JavaScript files, into the HTML code, similar to as we're doing it here with the CSS file. Now it's super important to understand that including external files like this CSS file here does not mean that behind the scenes the CSS code stored in that CSS file is magically merged into this HTML file. Instead, we keep two separate files. What happens instead is that the browser now actually requests a separate CSS file after it loaded this HTML file. And you can view that in the browser developer tools, which we already used a bit throughout this course. You can open them by inspecting any part on your page, or by going to the menu here and then there to More Tools, Developer Tools. Once you opened those developer tools, you got the Elements tab with which we already worked, but you also got another tab here, the Network tab. Now, you also got other tabs. Most of them are more advanced and you don't need them that often, but the Network tab is quite useful. If you visit that tab, you can see all the network requests that are caused by the website on which you currently are. And later in the course, we're going to learn how we could send requests from the already loaded website with help of JavaScript. But at the moment, we're not doing that yet. Here, by the way, you can also simulate that you have a slower connection so that you can see how fast your website would load if you would be on a slower device or network. But for the moment, we'll keep that to no throttling. Now, what's interesting is if you keep that network tab open and you then reload this page by clicking the reload button or pressing the reload shortcut. What you see then is that there we got multiple requests. We got 2 requests to be precise. One for the index.html file, and then here a second request below that to the daily challenge CSS file. And that's the important takeaway here and from this course in general. As I just explained, external files are not merged into this HTML file. Instead, when you link to a CSS file like this, or if you would include an image, which is something we'll also do later, or a JavaScript file, then those files are requested with separate requests after the first request has been fulfilled, the first request for the HTML file. So your HTML file is always the first thing to be requested because that's the file that contains your content, your structure, and your metadata. But then other files on which this file might depend, like this CSS file, are then also requested automatically by the browser, like it's requesting this daily challenge CSS file here. So we actually got 2 requests and responses going on here, and for bigger, more complex websites, it's absolutely not uncommon that you have multiple, sometimes even dozens of requests and responses going on as the page loads. Now this all happens pretty fast, and the browser also has various optimization techniques for caching, so for storing files which it already loaded in the past, but it does request all these files separately with separate request-response cycles as your page loads. And this is just important to understand. When I say that we include or import an external file into this HTML file, that actually means that we point at some extra file and the browser will then request that extra file when the page loaded. Back to our content. I want to make more progress towards our desired end result, to that end result we want to have for this first web page we're building here. And for that, I actually want to highlight my daily goal text. So the concrete goal I have for today. Because I have these 2 paragraphs, and if we ignore the link, they look exactly the same. Got the same style, same size, and so on. And of course, that's no problem, but it would be a very common requirement that you maybe want to style some element differently than the other elements of the same type. So that you don't want to apply all the paragraph styles to all the paragraphs, but that some paragraphs should have their own styles. And the problem at the moment is that with that P selector here in our CSS code, we target all the paragraph elements on the page. And now I want to change the styling for one specific paragraph, this paragraph to be precise. Now, how can we set different styling for one specific paragraph? We could bring back the style attribute to directly target this and just this paragraph, but whilst this would work, it would mean that we have some CSS code directly in our HTML file and in our HTML elements, and then we have some CSS code in this block of CSS code in a separate CSS file. And whilst this would work, this is simply not something we want to do. Splitting our CSS code like this will make it harder to maintain as our website and its code base grows. Instead, CSS gives us other tools for selecting single elements. For example, besides selecting by element type, which we're currently doing in all our CSS rules, we can also select by ID. We can give our HTML elements an ID, a unique identifier, and every HTML element can receive such an ID. And here I'll give this paragraph an ID, so this ID attribute, which is one of the officially supported attributes, and then the value is any unique identifier of your choice. For example, today's challenge. Now I'm writing it like this instead of like this, because whilst this is typically how we would write text as a human, it would be harder to use in code when we want to select by that ID. When creating a unique identifier in code, so when you're creating a unique ID here in code, you want to use this notation where you have all lowercase words and you replace white space with dashes, so that you have today's challenge like this. No special characters, no white space, all lowercase. That's a very common way of creating machine-readable unique IDs. Because no matter where you're going to use that ID, for example in your CSS code, as we'll do in a second, the browser will have no problem parsing this. So now with that ID assigned, we can go back to our HTML code and maybe at the bottom, though the exact position doesn't matter, we can now add a new CSS rule. And now we want to add a rule where we don't use the type selector, but instead the ID selector. So we select an element that should be affected by this style by ID. And we do this by adding a hash symbol here, and then repeating that ID which we picked, today's challenge in my case, with no white space between the hash and the ID name, the ID value. This creates a so-called ID selector, and after the type selector and the pseudo selector with hover, which we had earlier, this is the third kind of selector we learn about. Now there are a couple of other selectors as well, which we're also going to learn about throughout this course once we need them. But this is one other major CSS selector which is worth remembering for selecting items by their ID. And it is worth mentioning that IDs should really be unique. So you shouldn't assign that same ID on some other element. You should not do that. So hence, this rule will per definition only select and target one single HTML element in our HTML code. And then here we can again write our CSS code as we learned it. So we can, for example, change the color. And here again, I prepared a color, which we can use, where I set the red value to 107, the green value to 96, and the blue value to 83. And if we do that and I save all files, if I reload, now we have this slight orange color on this second paragraph. Now in addition, I want to increase the font size now, the size of the text, and I want to make it bold. And how can we now achieve this? To increase the font size and make it bold, we need to add more CSS properties which we haven't used before. And I'll start with making it bold. For that, we got the font weight property. And the font weight property takes different font weights as values. It also has some shortcuts like normal, which would set the normal font weight, which is the font weight we have as a default anyways. But then you can also set it to bold here, like this. And if you set it to bold like this, if you save that and reload, now you see we have some bold text. So that's how we can make text bold. Now for increasing the size, we got the font size CSS property which we can target. And now the font size property wants a size value. And that's a new kind of value which we haven't used before. We did learn about a lot of different kinds of CSS values already, for example, colors, but also something like center or left for text alignment. But now we want a size. When it comes to that, we need to provide a numeric value. And there we got different units which we could use because we can define sizes with different units. Just like in real life, where you can also measure a size in centimeters, in meters, kilometers, inches, there are different units for measuring one and the same thing. And it's the same in CSS. There are different units with which you can express your dimensions, your size in this case. And there is, for example, the pixels unit. With the pixel unit, you can set a size or dimension in CSS by targeting device-independent screen pixels. Now, what do I mean with device-independent? It simply means that if you're viewing a page on a high-resolution device, then if we would always allocate the same amount of screen pixels, since a high-resolution device has way more screen pixels available, items would be smaller. If we make something, let's say 10 pixels wide, then 10 pixels on a high-resolution device would be way smaller than on a low-resolution device, which has less pixels on the screen to begin with. And that's why it's device-independent. It will automatically be scaled. So if you set something to, let's say, 10 pixels in CSS, the browser will make sure that it looks good and has the same physical size, no matter on which device you're viewing the website. So you can safely set something to 10 pixels without risking that it will be super small on a high-resolution device and super big on a low-resolution device. That will not happen because it will be scaled automatically. And therefore, pixels is a great absolute unit for setting dimensions. Absolute because it's not relative to something besides the device resolution maybe, but it doesn't dynamically grow or shrink inside of the website. It only depends on the device, but not, for example, on the screen width or anything like this. For that, we would also have relative units which we can use, rem and percentage, and we're going to come back to that later in the course when we need them, but for the font size here, using pixels sounds good. And I'll set this today's challenge font size to, let's say, 52 pixels now. If you do that, and you then save this and reload, now we have this very large text here, which makes our daily challenge very obvious. And now it's the first thing which we see when we look at this page, our actual challenge for today. And here I also want to come back to something I mentioned way earlier. You can change everything with CSS, and therefore you don't use HTML elements for the styling. You get some default styling, but that's not why you use HTML elements. You use them to describe your content and to provide the correct semantic around your content. That's what I mentioned earlier. And here it should now be super clear. This is still a paragraph. It's not a H1 element, but it's now bigger than the H1 element because we styled it such. And that's something you'll do all the time in web development. You will adjust the styles so that the things look the way they should look, and then you use HTML elements to describe your content correctly. But you don't use elements because you want to achieve a certain style. You do that with CSS only. Now, slowly but steadily, our first website is taking shape. And of course, we already learned a lot about web development at this point. Now, if we have a look at our content right now, we definitely see the impact of our styles. But what we also see is that we're using the same font for all the different kinds of text we have. It's always the same sans serif font, this default sans serif font. And that's not necessarily wrong, but it's also very common that you want to use different fonts on your page. that you might want to use a different font family for the heading than you do for the rest of your content. And it is something which I want to do here as well. I want to use different fonts. Now, when it comes to adding and using different fonts, that's always tricky. Font family sans serif is safe. Every operating system and every browser supports that. The same would be true for serif, which was the default. But if you want to use a specific font family like Arial, you can add that as well. And Arial actually would be very safe because that is a font family which is supported on a broad variety of systems. But not all font families are supported everywhere. And therefore, often you need to also import a font family. So you need to link your HTML file to the definition of a font family so that you can then safely use that font family in your file. And that's what I'll do now. And for this, I'll use Google Fonts. Google Fonts is a web page by Google, as the name implies. And you can visit fonts.google.com to reach this site. And Google Fonts is a page which gives you a broad variety of free-to-use fonts, which you can import into your HTML files to then use them. And you can browse this page to find the fonts you want to use. And here in my case, I already know which fonts I want to use. So I'll search for them here. And I'll search for Fira, because I'm looking for Fira Sans. And then you can always click on a font and see some previews for the different versions of that font, the different weights of that font. And here I want to use the regular weight, the 400 weight in this case. Hence I'll click on select this style here, which opens this side menu. And I also want to use the bold version, the 700 version. So I'll also click on select this style. And the great thing about Google Fonts is that it automatically gives us some code which we can add to our HTML file to import these fonts, to link our page to these fonts. And it's this code here, which we can copy now, and which we should add above our other link element in the head section of this HTML file. And you see what I imported here are again some link elements, now just not pointing at one of our CSS files, but pointing at Google's servers, Google's computers, somewhere else in the web. And in the end, there on those servers, it is these font families that will be made available. So this simply imports the definitions for those font families from Google's servers. And it is worth noting that the ref value of link therefore can be a relative path to one of your files, but it can also be a full absolute URL to some totally different computer, as it is here. Here we're pointing at some server owned by Google, and that's also possible. The ref value doesn't have to be a file owned by you. It can also be a link to another server. So now with that, we enable these fonts. And actually, that's not the only font I want to add. Instead, if I go back to Browse Fonts, I also want to add the Oswald font here, this one. And there, I'm only interested in the bold version, and hence I'll select this style as well. And now I'll copy the updated code here and replace my old code, which we added a minute ago, with it, so that we now also import this Oswald font. And you should only pick the font weights which you really plan on using here and not import everything which is available, because all those fonts will be downloaded on the computers of your users of your website. And if you select everything here, your users will have to download a lot, and that will slow your page down. So here I'm only picking what I plan to use. But with that added, if we reload, we see no change on our page, because now we do load all those fonts, but we're not using them. For this, we still need to define where to use which font. And at the moment in our CSS code, we're still always using the sans serif font. Now here, instead, now I want to use this Oswald font for my H1 title. And to do that, we now add Oswald here. However, you should add it between single quotes for those imported fonts. You should wrap their names in single quotes and then add it like this. For the paragraphs, I now want to use Fira Sans. And if you're not sure what the font family name is, which you should add here, you can always go back to Google Fonts because you see it down there. That's how you would add your font families. And here you actually see that the code looks a bit different than what I added. We have a comma sans serif after the Fira Sans definition. And the reason for that is that we're defining a fallback font with that. Font family can be just one value, as it was before and as it still is at the moment, but you can add a comma-separated list of multiple fonts, which will be parsed from left to right. And then those other fonts are fallback fonts. Hence, I'll also add it here for H1. That means that the browser will start with the first font, but if applying that font fails, because maybe loading that font from Google servers failed because they were offline or anything like that, then the browser would move on to the next font in line and use that instead. And defining such fallback fonts is a good idea because it ensures that even if your main font fails and is unavailable for some reason, you still have at least some font of your choice instead of some browser default fallback font being applied. And with that, if we now save this and then reload our page, now we see the text looks different. Now we got our own custom fonts applied. And Google Fonts is an amazing service which you typically will use a lot as a web developer, because for most websites you don't want to stick to the default sans serif fonts or the default fonts in general, but you want to bring your own fonts, and Google Fonts gives you a huge library of free to use and easy to use fonts, and it even gives you the code which you need to add to then use those fonts. And now we're also using our own fonts from Google Fonts on this page. Throughout this course, we're going to build a lot of websites, and we're going to build a lot of websites that have more content and look a bit nicer than this first basic website. But there's one type of content which we can add to this website as well, which will immediately make it look better, because it makes almost all pages look better. And that would be an image. Images are extremely important. If you have a look at some random website, there is a high chance that it contains a lot of images, because humans like images. Having images on your site makes your site more relatable and makes it almost automatically look better and more appealing. So I want to add an image here as well. Let's say an image of a trophy, since this is still a website about my daily challenge. And attached I have an example image for you, which you can simply download and then drag into your project folder. I did it as well, and hence I have this challenges trophy JPEG file, this image, in my project folder now, in my website folder. And now we can embed that image into our page. I go to my body, because this will clearly be a visible content element, and in there we can add a brand new HTML element which is responsible for displaying images. And the name of that element is, well, image. However, not image written like this, but img. So a shortened version of image, so to say. The interesting thing about image is that just like link, it's a void element, so it doesn't have a closing tag. It just has an opening tag. Because just like link, image will have no content between the opening and closing tags, and hence it has no closing tag. You could think that image maybe works like this, and you specify the name or the path of your image here between the opening and closing tags, but that's simply not how it works. So instead, just like link, you configure it with attributes only. And the image element now needs a src, a source attribute, which specifies the path to the image that should be embedded. Why src and not href? It's just what it is. The image element simply expects a src attribute. And whilst this might sound very random and hard to remember, it's only a couple of elements which have these link attributes anyways, and you'll be able to keep in mind which one wants ref and which one wants source as you gain more and more experience as a web developer. The image element wants a src attribute. But then, just like ref, it takes a relative path to a local file or also a URL to an image stored on some other web server. But here it's a local file sitting in the same folder as the index.html file, and therefore, just as we did it for daily challenge CSS on this link, here for this image, we can now simply repeat that image file name, and that will embed this image in this place of the document. Now, if we save that and reload, the image is here. It's missing all the styling we might want, but it is here. Before we style it though, I want to talk about another key attribute which you should always add when you add an image. And that's the alt attribute. That's an important one. The alt attribute should specify some text which is shown if loading the image fails. Which could happen because maybe you're fetching it from some other server which is offline, or because maybe your server fails to deliver it for some reason. But in addition, it's also not just a fallback text showing if the image is not loaded, but it's also a text that will be read out to people using a screen reader. Because if a blind person visits your website, having an image isn't too useful to them. But having some text that tells them what would be on that image is. So here I'll say a trophy, describing what's on the image. And of course you can add any description of your choice. So adding this alt attribute won't change what we see on the screen, but it's some important piece of extra information which you should add for all your image elements. Now let's work on the styling. And for that we can go back to the daily challenge CSS file and add a new CSS rule here. In this case I'll add the image type selector because I want to style all images on the screen in the same way. This might not necessarily be the case, but here we only have one image, so it is fine to use this selector. And then, well, how do we want to style this? I want to make it a bit smaller. I want to shrink it a bit, so I want to reduce the width and height. I also want to actually round it so that it's a circle instead of a square. And I also want to center it. Now, centering will be a bit trickier than you might think, and therefore I'll start with giving it a width and a height and turning it into a circle. Now, for setting the width and the height, we indeed have the, well, width and height CSS properties. And that sets the width and the height of an HTML element. And you cannot just set the width and the height of an image, you could apply this on pretty much any HTML element. But here now we need to provide the values. And just as for the font size, here we need a dimension, we need a size value. And just as with the font size, we can set this in pixels. We could give this a width of 200 pixels and a height of 200 pixels. And if we do this and save this, it's now a bit smaller. I'm also zoomed in quite a bit here to make this more readable. If I would view this page in a non-zoomed in mode, it would look like this at the moment. I'm just zooming in here so that you have an easier time reading what's on my screen. So now we shrunk that image. How do we turn it into a circle? For this, we can target a new CSS property, the border radius CSS property. This sets the radius of the, well, border of an element. And with that, I'm not talking about a visual border. We have no black or blue or anything like that border around the image, but it of course still has a natural border. It ends somewhere and that's the border. So here between red and white, that's the border. And we can shape this border and round this border by giving it a border radius. And here we can now give this a border radius of, let's say, 100 pixels. And if I do that, and I save this and reload, now it's rounded. Now why 100 pixels and not 50, let's say? Well, if I use 50, then it's not a perfect circle. You could, of course, also use this look if you prefer it, but it's not a circle. But if I use 100, it's a circle because that's half my width and height. So if I now save this, I'm back to my circle. Now the only thing that's missing is that I want to center this image. And that will be a bit trickier. You could think that we maybe use text align again and set this to center. But if you add text align center on the image, and you reload, you see it's not centered. Now you might think it's not centered because it's no text, but that's actually not even the reason, because I can already tell you that the image will be treated like text when it comes to this. So that's not the reason. Instead, text align actually does not align the element on which you apply it, but the content of that element. So when we added text align center on a paragraph, it's not the paragraph element that was centered, but the content of that element, so the text, which is of course what we wanted to center, so that was fine. But now in the case of the image, it's a void element, so there is no content to center, and the element itself isn't centered. If we inspect this element in the browser DevTools, if I hover over image, we see highlighted on the left the boundaries of this image, and we see this is just a part of the row in which it sits, but it is not centered here. And if I temporarily add text align center here in the DevTools, we see this has no effect, as we saw before. The element still sits in the top left corner. And I'll reload to get rid of that text align center style here. So how can we center this then? Well, since text align does not affect the element on which you add it, but the nested content inside of the element, one way of centering it would be to go to the body element, target the body element in CSS, and add text align there, because image is content of body. It's inside of the body tags here. And that's what I'll do. We can now also target body and add text align center here on body. And if we save this and reload, now it is centered. Because the image is treated as text when it comes to that, but since it's content of the body, it is now also affected by text align. And that's a tricky thing about CSS, which I hopefully could make clear now why it works like this and how we can work around that limitation, if you want to call it like this, by simply targeting a higher level element. In this case, the parent, as it's called, of image, the element surrounding image, which is the body. Now, one little adjustment I quickly want to make here is I'll take that body CSS rule, remove it at the bottom, and actually move it to the top of this CSS file. You don't have to do that. As you saw, it worked the other way as well. But I like to structure my CSS code such that it kind of fits my HTML code. And here, body is the first element, so I also want to select it first here. And for the same reason, I'll also take my image and bring that further up here as well. But you can structure this in different ways. Here, it doesn't really matter which order you use. I'll keep my ID selector down there because I also like to group my type selectors first. And then if I have other selectors like the ID selectors, I put them after all the type selectors. But again, that's also just personal preference, and you can use a different way of structuring your CSS code here as well. Now, in addition, I also want to get rid of text align center on the H1 element and on the paragraph element, because since we already have it on the body, we already do center all the content in body, all the text content in body, and hence if I reload, that's still centered and we now don't have that duplicate text align code. It wouldn't hurt if we have it, but having code that doesn't do anything is never a great idea, and that's why I removed it now in H1 and P. Now, to finish the look of this main page of our website, I now also want to give this whole page a background color and add a little bit more spacing, a little bit more distance at the top of this page, above this image. And for this, we can go back to our CSS code and there to the body rule, to this body selector. Because I want to set a background color for the entire page, so not for any other nested element, but for the entire visible content, and hence body is the right element to target, since this holds all the visible content. And for the spacing to the top, we can also use the body because this holds all the content, so that's a good place to also add some spacing around the content. So in Daily Challenge CSS in body, I'll set a background color, and conveniently the CSS property for that is called background color. And I again create a color with RGB here, and I'll use 233 for the red part, 215 for the green, and 207 for the blue part. And for the spacing, we have the margin property, which adds some spacing around the element, so to say. And here I'll set this to 50 pixels to add a margin, so a distance of 50 pixels to the top, bottom, left, and right. We won't see it on bottom, left, and right because we have no content to the left, right, or bottom, but we do see it at the top if I reload. And we also see the new background color. And that's now pretty much the finished first page of the site. But I'm saying first page because I want to have another page now. Up to this point, we always worked with one single HTML file. So our website is made up of one HTML document. And that's okay. Some sites don't need more than one document. But here I actually do want a second document. I want a second document which basically shows us a preview of the challenges for the rest of this week. Because on the main page we have the daily challenge, so for today, and we would probably adjust this every day. But then I also want a second page where I can already see my goals for the other days or for the next couple of days of this week. And therefore I'll add a new HTML file, a new page for this website in that same directory. And you can name this file however you want. You can't name it index.html because that file name is already taken. And I'll therefore name it fullweek.html. Now that's a second HTML document. And in there, I want to have a content for that preview of my challenges for the week. And of course, I also want to set some styles then. Now for this, the very first step now should be that we create our HTML skeleton. Because we learned about this skeleton with doc type, HTML, head, body, and every HTML document should have this skeleton. So we want to create it here again, but instead of typing it all manually, Visual Studio Code has a nice convenience feature for us here. If you just type an exclamation mark, you should get this auto suggestion pop up here. And if you then hit enter, this skeleton is created for you. It actually has more elements than the skeleton on the first page. We have these meta elements, which we haven't seen before, and we have this lang attribute on HTML. But we can ignore this for the moment and just fill out the title and choose a title of our choice. For example, my upcoming challenges, and then add the body of this page. Now a quick word about this lang attribute and those extra meta elements. This lang attribute defines the language we're using on this page. And it's optional, but you can add it, and I will add it to the first page as well, therefore, and make it clear that I'm using English as a language here. This can help if you, for example, have different documents in different languages and you want search engines to pick up the language correctly, but also screen readers to understand which language you're actually using. Because it's, of course, not necessarily English. It could be German or French. So adding this doesn't hurt. Now, the other meta elements here are not too important for us right now. With meta jar set UTF-8, we're basically just telling the browser which characters we're using on this screen. And we can copy this to the first page as well. But at the moment, it won't make any difference at all. But adding it also doesn't hurt. This is a line of code which we can remove here. We don't need it at the moment. And then this here, that will become more important later once we talk about responsive websites and responsive website designs, which don't just work on a desktop browser, but instead which also look good on mobile phones. So if the available width is way smaller, then this will become important. At the moment, we can remove it because at the moment, we're just focusing on this desktop website. And we're going to dive into responsive web design, which also looks good on other devices later. So therefore now, that's the adjusted skeleton for this second HTML page. And now I want to link to this page from my first page. And there we have this paragraph with a link. And I'll use this paragraph and just change the text slightly. Instead of linking to some learning resources, or Google actually in this case, I'll just say explore the, and then inside of the link I'll say full week. So here I'll say full week, and now I want to link to this other HTML file. And that's easy. We can link to a full URL as we did it here for Google. But you can also link to another HTML file by just providing a relative path to this file. In this case, I want to just link to full week HTML, and since that's in the same folder as index.html, we can just use that file name to create a link to that file. And if I now save this, maybe even restructure this because I think that's also very readable. If I save this, now we have this text, and if I click this link, I'm taken to that second HTML file, as you can tell by the title in that tab here. But of course, we have no content there yet, because that is something which we have to add now. Now that we completed this exercise and built this second page, if we take a closer look at our code, then of course it's fairly easy to see that the full week CSS file has a lot in common with the daily challenge CSS file. There are some extra styles in the daily challenge CSS file, but there also are a lot of similarities. And just as we, for example, reduced code duplication by moving the color to body instead of having it on individual elements, we can also reduce the overall amount of CSS code by creating a shared CSS file, which is used by both HTML files, and then just file-specific files, which can add more styles which might not be needed on other pages. And that's what I'll do here. I'll add a third CSS file, and I'll name it shared CSS. The name is up to you, though. The goal is to move all the shared CSS code into that file. So for this, we can, for example, take all the code in full week CSS and move it into shared CSS. And now let's see if there is something in here which shouldn't affect the first page. We definitely want to have our body styles here. We want to have more body styles in the first page, but we can add more in a separate CSS file. So having this shared styling here definitely makes sense. I want to have these H1 and paragraph styles here in the first page. And I'm also fine with those link styles here. Therefore, we can actually remove all the code in full week CSS. We could also delete that file, but I'll keep it around since we will use it later again in the next course module. So I'll keep it around. And in full week HTML, we can now add a second link in front of the full week CSS file link where we import shared CSS as a style sheet. Now, why in front of full week CSS? Because the order will matter if we start overriding some of these shared styles. If we want to add more styles, then this one has to be imported first so that the second file can override some of those styles if needed. At the moment it's not needed, but still importing shared files first and more specific files thereafter is a good practice. Now I'll copy that link and also add it on index.html in front of this daily challenge CSS link. And now we can remove unnecessary code from daily challenge. From body, I remove the background color and text alignment and the text color, but I'll keep the margin. And the beautiful thing about CSS is that now the body here from daily challenge will override the body from shared CSS, but only if we have clashes in CSS properties. That's not the case here, and in that case it will be merged instead. So the margin will simply be added to those base styles which we have in the shared CSS file. So now this margin from daily challenge CSS will be applied to the body in addition to those base styles defined in shared CSS. Now I want to keep the image here because that's exclusive to this first page. We can get rid of H1 and P because we have that in the shared CSS file already. For the link, I want to get rid of that as well because we have everything we need here in the shared CSS file as well. And I want to keep my today's challenge ID selector here because that's specific for this page. And with that, if we save this and reload this first page, it looks the same as before. The same is true for the second page, but now we share some common CSS code across pages. And that's a very common thing to do, because whichever website you're building, the chance is very high that the different pages that make up your website will have some shared styles. And using such a shared CSS file is then a nice way of only defining and working on those styles in one place and still using them in multiple pages. Now this was a huge module with lots of new content, lots of new pieces of information, and it was an important module since it was all about the basics of HTML, HTML elements, and CSS. To conclude this module, before I summarize what we learned in the next lecture, I wanna have a look at the way we organize our files here. Because whilst this is a simple website and organizing the files like this, all in the same folder, is definitely all right, we might want to organize them into subfolders, especially as our page grows. And for this, I want to create a separate folder for my style sheets and one for my images, even though it's only one image here. But still, I think that is a way of organizing the files which will make working with this project a bit easier. And for this, I'll add a folder named images, which, guess what, holds my images, and one folder named styles, which holds my styles. And I'll then drag and drop the image here into that images folder, and I'll drag and drop my free style sheet files into the styles folder. But there's one important thing to note. With such subfolders added, we need to adjust our paths here where we point at those files. In index.html, when I point at shared CSS, just using the file name like this won't work anymore. If I save this and I go to that first page, all the styles and the image will be lost because the browser doesn't find these files anymore. And it doesn't find these files anymore because they're not in the same folder as the HTML file anymore. I mentioned before that the value of ref and also of source is a relative path to the file we want to include. And if that file now sits in a subfolder, we simply need to specify that subfolder name here as well. So in the case of the shared CSS file, that should be styles/shared CSS. A slash marks the separation between the folder name and then the file name in the folder which you want to access. And therefore it's the same here for daily challenge CSS. And for this image here, it's images/challenges trophy. Now, this link here to full week HTML does not change because that file hasn't moved. But inside of full week HTML, we now also want to point at styles shared CSS, styles full week CSS, and that's it. We got no image there, so that's all. And with that, if I reload, we got the styles back, we got the image back. But now, I would say it's a bit more organized, and especially if we have more and more images and more style files, organizing our code files like this can make our project a bit more maintainable and a bit easier to work with. Now that's it for this module. It was a huge module packed with content. You learned all the key basics about HTML, and also all the core fundamentals you need to know about CSS. I will say that there is more to learn. There are more fundamentals you need to know, more features and aspects of CSS and HTML that you need to know as a web developer. But that's why the course isn't done yet. But we got a very solid foundation now, and you learned how a HTML document skeleton should look like. You learned about different HTML elements, visible elements and meta elements, and the different sections for those elements in your skeleton. You learned that HTML elements are there to add extra meaning to your content. That you don't use them for styling reasons, but instead so that search engines, computers in general, screen readers, and so on can pick up the meaning of your content and can therefore present and parse your content correctly. You learned that you can describe basically any type of content and that there are more HTML elements than the ones we used up to this point. Of course, we'll see more and different elements throughout this course, in the next course section already, actually. But the heading, the paragraph, links, and also images, these are all key elements which you'll need all the time. Now you also learned how to style your content then with CSS. That you can add inline styles with the style attribute, but that doing this has certain disadvantages, and therefore instead typically you use global styles. Either with the style element in the head section, or even better, in a separate CSS file. There you then can target elements by their tag name, or with pseudo selectors, or even with an ID. These are the different types of selectors you learned about in this section. And you can then target different properties of these elements with different supported CSS properties, like the color, the font weight, font size, border radius, and much more, to then set certain values for those properties. And the values you can set depend on the property you're setting. For example, for the color, you can set the color as such a RGB value, or as you also learned, as a hex or a HSL value, whatever you prefer. These are different ways of expressing a color. You learned that most HTML elements do have some content between the opening and closing tag, but that there also are some void elements like image or link. And you did learn about HTML element attributes like source or alt, which allow you to configure these elements. And some elements, like the link, but also the image, need that configuration to do anything useful at all. A link without a destination set wouldn't be any useful. And these are the core basics and fundamentals you learn about in this course section. If anything is unclear at this point, I absolutely do encourage you to go through this section again or through selected lectures of this section and also practice what you learned, because the foundation you got in this section will be important for the rest of the course as well. And of course, we're going to build up on this foundation in the next course section already.
Welcome to this diving deeper into HTML and CSS module. In this module, we will build up on the knowledge gained in the last module of this course and dive deeper into some selected HTML elements and into some slightly more advanced CSS concepts. Specifically, we'll have a look at some HTML elements, the list element, for example, to create, well, lists in HTML, and we'll have a look at some semantic elements which help us to improve our website structure. As you saw, our website keeps growing and growing, and at a certain point, it's time to add a logic or a structure which helps us to build separate sections on our website. We'll explore this in this module. Besides that, we'll also look at containers. Containers is the logic that an element can hold or nest other elements, something we use already but we didn't explore so far. And we'll dive deeper into the cascading logic. We mentioned this in the last module, but it's time to have a closer look at this, as other concepts like inheritance and specificity are closely connected to this cascading logic. In addition to that, we'll also have a look at the CSS box model. The CSS box model defines the way CSS interacts with HTML elements and brings the topics of content, padding, border, and margin into play. We used some of these properties already, but with the box model, we'll finally really understand how all these properties work and why they work in a certain way. As you see, lots of content to cover, therefore let's dive into this module. Let's get started with making our lives a bit easier first. Up to this point in the course, whenever we changed anything in our code and saved this in VS Code, we had to reload our browser to retrieve this latest code from the HTML file. As an example, we can go to our full week HTML file here and delete the upcoming word here in our H1 element. If we do that and go back to our website, this change is not reflected here. The upcoming word is still displayed. If we reload the browser, you see that now we have the latest code. Now, though this is not a big issue, it's not very comfortable, so I think it would be better if this reload would take place automatically. So whenever we change anything in the code, in the HTML or CSS files, once this change is saved, then the page gets automatically reloaded. Thankfully, VS Code comes with an extension which does exactly that. You can find this extension here in the View ribbon and there in Extensions. And now just search for Live Server. This extension here by Richwick Day. Now, what happens with this extension is that we can launch a development server, a local development server, which comes with this live reload feature. The local development server is not a server in the web or anything like that, so your computer is not opened to the world suddenly. It's still running locally in your environment, but it simulates a real server in the internet. So it kind of simulates your website as if it would be deployed already, so if your website would be running in the internet. As I said, it doesn't do that, of course, it's still running locally on your machine. But with this live development server feature, we have this hot reload feature, and that's exactly what we want. So make sure to download, or in my case, enable this extension. Once this is done, we can now close this and go back to our Explorer here. A quick side note here, the first folder now in our Explorer is this VS Code folder highlighted green here. This is just added by our live server, nothing important for us here. And now you can select one of the HTML files. I'll go for the full week HTML file here, right click onto the file name and now select Open with Live Server. This should open a new browser window, and if we switch to this window now, you see that up here where we entered our URL, we previously had the path to our file stored locally on our system. Now we have a combination of the IP of our computer, the so-called port, and here the full week HTML file again. This is not very important at this point of the course, it just shows you that the development server is running in the end. Now, and if we switch back to our code and add back our upcoming text here into the h1 element, save this, and switch back, well, suddenly the upcoming text is already added. As I said, with this live development server running, we now immediately have this hot reload feature and the content gets updated immediately. So this is it about the preparation here. Let's now dive into the core content of this module. We already worked on the full week HTML file, and now it's time to explore the content of this page in a bit more detail. Specifically, I would like to focus onto these 3 paragraphs down here. These paragraphs contain information about the challenges I want to accomplish in the end. Now we can use paragraphs to display this information, but from a semantic point of view, it's not totally correct. Because if you think about other tools, for example Word, if you write an essay for example, if you have such information, such related information, all 3 paragraphs contain challenges, well then another way to display such information would be preferred, right? Wouldn't you use a list in Word? I think you would do so, and the great thing is that HTML also comes with a list element to achieve exactly that. We actually have 2 list elements, 2 list types to be more precise. We'll dive into this in a few seconds. But before we do so, it's very important to keep in mind that the list is again all about the semantics. We will see that the 2 list types we have are styled a bit differently by default, but it's important to keep in mind that it's all about the semantics for other developers and for the browser to exactly state what should be displayed here. You have content that is related in a way, well, then use a list. That's the reason why we change our logic here from the paragraph to this list. Now, how can we create such lists now in HTML? Well, for this, I'll add 2 dummy lists first, down here maybe a bit. And the first list type I want to use is the so-called ordered list. Ordered list, written like this with the OL tag. With tab we can autocomplete this. The ordered list, as the name indicates, is a list which contains list items in a certain order. An example for this would be if you want to display the different weekdays in a list, so Monday, Tuesday, and so on. Typically, such weekdays follow a certain order, well then an ordered list would be your choice. The other list type we have is the so-called unordered list. Here we use the UL tag, this one here, and in opposite to the ordered list, the unordered list contains related information where the order is not that important. An example here could be a list of things you want to buy in the grocery store, let's say tomatoes, apples, and bananas. Well, if you buy tomatoes, apples, or bananas, or apples, bananas, and tomatoes, I don't think this makes a big difference. It's just important to keep these items in a list. Then an unordered list would be your way to go. This is just the semantic logic for the list, so to differentiate the list type, but it wouldn't be a list without any list items, and list items are added with the li tag. So we can add a list item like this, li, first list item, ordered list, let's say this is Monday. Second list item, this could be Tuesday. And third list item here in our ordered list, this could be Wednesday. For the unordered list, the logic of the list items is exactly the same, just that we have, well, unordered list items in here. So this could be something like, as I said, apples, then maybe bananas, and finally we could have tomatoes in here. And with that, our 2 list types are completed. Let's save this now and let's go back to our website. And you see, from a general styling point of view, both lists kind of look the same. But if we focus on to the left part here, you see that the ordered list by default comes with an order, so to say, so 1, 2, 3, 4. The unordered list just comes with bullet points. As I mentioned already, this visual differentiation is not very important. As you learned already throughout this course, we can change the style of elements with CSS, so the core focus here are the semantics again. However, We don't need these two lists here at the moment, so we can get rid of these. And now it's your turn. Make sure to turn these 3 paragraphs into a list now. So you have to decide which list type you want to use, ordered list or unordered list, and then you have to create 3 list items, well, to turn these 3 paragraphs into these list items. Good luck with this little challenge. We'll solve this in a few seconds together. So how did it go? Were you successful? Let's solve this together now. Well, first we have to decide which list type we want to use here. As I said, if we have a specific order, an ordered list would be your choice. Otherwise, we can go for the unordered list. Well, if you look at the tasks we have in our paragraphs, then I think an ordered list would be the right way to go. Because first we should repeat what we learned, then we should do the exercises, then we should dive deeper, so we should follow this order. Therefore, the ordered list is our way to go here. Step 1. And now we need what? Well, 3 list items. Item 1, item 2, and item 3. Now we just need to add the content to these list items. And should we copy the paragraphs too? At the moment, this is not required. If the items only contain the challenge, so this plain text, then it's totally fine to just cut out this text and add it as list item. This is semantically completely correct. We just have this list item now, which contains some text. Let's do the same thing for the second and the third list item here. This, and let's delete our 3 paragraphs. Let's quickly save this. And now, with our list being completed, let's go back to the website. And you see these 3 challenges displayed as list items. So task solved. Let's now continue with styling our list. And the first thing I want to tackle are these numbers here. So this 1, 2, 3 indicating that we have an ordered list. We know that this ordered list is more a semantic topic. Therefore, I don't think this looks good. So let's get rid of these. For that, if we look at our code in here, we could say that each of these single list items should have these numbers removed. So let's go to our full week CSS file here, select the list items, and now say that in our list, the list style property, which defines what the list should look like, should be set to none. If we save this, we see that the numbers here disappeared. And by the way, if we go back, you also have other options for your list style here. You could, for example, set it to square, just to give you one example. If you do that, you have these squared bullet points here, so you can tackle this as you prefer, but I want to stick to none at this stage. However, I'm not totally happy with the way we apply this property now, because if we go back to our website and to today's challenge, now inspect this page, you might remember from the last module when we talked about this paragraph and specifically inside this paragraph, this anchor tag here. By the way, as you see, we have some code injected here by our live server extension now. It's this script element here. You can ignore this for the moment. We'll explore this later in a bit more detail in the JavaScript part of this course. However, coming back to this anchor tag, you might remember that we talked about specific rules which get applied to this element, although we didn't specifically select this element. An example was this paragraph here, this one, so the paragraph where this anchor tag sits inside. So if you would unselect the specific font family applied to this anchor tag here, you see that now this rule here, so the font family, would be applied to this anchor tag. Not the best example here, of course, as it is the same font family, but now you see that this is strike through. If I select this again, you see that this is strike through. So it does not get applied from this element it sits inside, from this paragraph, but it gets directly applied because of the rule we made specifically for this element. I'm mentioning this because if we explore our full week once again, and now check our ordered list and the list items, well, we basically have the same structure, right? We have a list, the ordered list, which would be equivalent to the paragraph of the other page. And inside this list, we have our list items, which could be the anchor tag, so to say. At the moment, we applied the list style property to each of the list items. But what if we change this and now not apply this list style non property to our single list items, but one level up maybe to our ordered list? So again here, list style none. Let's save this and let's now comment out this part. So commenting out means that we want to keep the code in here for later reference, but that the code is not applied to our website at the moment. And to comment out things, you can simply go up here to code, preferences, keyboard shortcuts, and now you can simply search for comment. And here, this toggle line comment shortcut is the one you typically use. So this is the key binding I'm currently using. You can edit the key binding here by clicking onto this pencil, but this is the default one I have in here. So with this shortcut, I can now select this, use the shortcut and comment this out. You see that's the syntax to comment things out. So it's this slash anti-asterisk and then asterisk slash. So if we save this, we go back, you see that our numbering is still gone. And if we inspect this, you see that the ordered list now has this list style none rule applied. And our list items also have this. It says this inherited from OL thing here, but we basically kind of receive this from this element. Our list elements are nested inside. Now, what happens if I comment this back in and change this to square, as we just did it, and save this? Well, then the squares are back. So then this rule of our ordered list, this list style none, is not applied somehow. And what if I take this list style none thing and add it as a second rule? So we have the same property twice, but with different values. What wins then? Well, let's check this. Well, then list style none wins. You see it down here in our DevTools. The list style square rule is strike through, but the list style none wins. And the style from the ordered list also doesn't win. So what is going on here? Why are certain rules applied? Why are some rules applied which we use on a higher level element, so to say? And why is here the second rule winning and not the first one? These are all questions which require us to dive a bit deeper into CSS. And the first step now is that we will investigate the relationship between our list and the ordered list and the body element in a bit more detail. Our website and every website out there follows a certain HTML structure. The structure is based on the fact that we have an HTML opening and closing tag, which means that our HTML element is the so-called container of the head for the metadata and the body for the actual website content. We learned that we have the indentation as a visual helper to see which elements are part of another element or which element is nested into another element. If we focus onto the body, we see that the body element here is nested into the HTML element. We see that the H1 element, the anchor, and the ordered list here are well then nested into the body, and that our three list items here are nested into the ordered list. This structure doesn't only help to keep our code organized though, it also has a huge impact on the way we write our CSS code and how CSS rules are applied. The example we had in the ordered list here showed us this already. We had the option to apply the list style none rule to our list item, so to each single list item to be more precise here, or alternatively to the ordered list. both worked in the end, but adding the style to the list item, as we did it here, somehow won against the style here in the ordered list, something we'll come back to in a few minutes. But the important thing is that this relationship we see in our website, so list items nested into an ordered list, h1 anchor and ordered list nested into the body, and the body nested into the HTML element, is a so-called parent-child relationship. So we have the list items, 3 children here, which are children of what? The ordered list as a parent. The ordered list is also a child of the body though, and the body is a child of the HTML element. Same thing applies for h1 and the anchor tag. Both are children of the body element here. Now, why am I emphasizing this? Well, because the logic we saw for the ordered list, with a rule being applied to the parent and where this rule is then also applied to the children, only works with such structures. Let's have a closer look at this, and for that I will go to the full Wix CSS file and comment this out and also comment this list style out. As a result, our numbers here are back. However, in our structure so far in the website, we made use of this concept of specific rules being applied to child elements, so to nested elements. If we select the body, as I did it right here, we see that the body has this color property applied. This property is also applied to the body's children. With the exception of the anchor tag here, this has a different color. We'll discover why this is happening here in a few minutes. But generally we see that the color is applied to the h1 element, as can be seen down here, inherited from body, color, and to the ordered list. Same logic here. Let's focus onto the list and let's check out the list items. Here you also see that the color property here is inherited from the body. So what this means is that rules, so property value combinations, which are applied to the parent, are also applied to the children, so the ordered list here for example, and to children of the children, so-called descendants. This is not the case for all properties and for all elements. We see this with the anchor tag here. But generally, nesting elements means that certain rules can be inherited, so also applied to children and descendants. Now, things are a bit different if we go back to our full Wix CSS file and now apply a different color to the ordered list. Let's set the color property to RGB of 255, 255 and 0. This should be kind of a yellow tone. And if we go back, we see that the yellow color is applied to the list items. So again, if we check this, we now see that the inherited from body section shows us that the color property is striked through because we inherited the color from the ordered list, so from the parent, not from the body, which would be an ancestor of our list item. You don't have to remember all these terms, by the way. I'm just mentioning this because you might read these terms. In the end, you can always remember this parent-child, and here parent-child combination again. That's the easiest way to come along with such relations here. However, we see that the ordered list color was added to the list items, but of course not to the h1 element, for example, because the h1 element is sitting next to the ordered lists. So we have the h1 element, opening closing tag, then we have the anchor tag, which we ignore for the moment, and then we have the ordered list. So all these elements are not nested, but sitting next to each other. So adding a property to other elements only works if we have such nested structures. However, if we now add the color property also to our list here, and now we'll take RGB maybe, let's say 100, just this reddish tone here, then you see that all list items are red again. So again, somehow defining the color on the specific list item seems to override the definition in the ordered list. So in the parent, we can again see this here in the DevTools. Here in the inherited part from the ordered list, the color is striked through because we define the color directly on our list item. This is also the reason why our anchor tag here has a different color. Let me first comment this out here quickly maybe, and also do the same thing right here for the color. Because the anchor tag has this purple tone, well, if we select the anchor tag, we see that in inherited from body, the color is strike through because we specifically defined the color for this anchor tag, therefore this color wins. If you would unselect this, then it doesn't become grayish or this black tone that we have, it becomes blue. Why? Well, because here we have a specific color definition, this color WebKit link here, which is a specific default color that is applied by the browser for links. So that's interesting here. We have the situation where we have two children, anchor tag and ordered list, for example, both children of the body. In case of the ordered list, the color is overtaken or inherited. For the anchor tag, this is not the case, as we seem to have some kind of a default color for anchor tags added by the browser. However, this is what it is for the moment. We'll of course dive deeper here in the next minutes. Let's now go back to our full week CSS file though and comment back in our list style non-property value combination here to, well, remove this list style from our list. If we do that, then the numbering here is gone. We now have the list style set to none. The default list style type is strike through, and therefore our list item here inherits this non-list style. So this all seems to be a bit random though, right? We see that we can define styles on different elements. Some things get inherited, some things get not. We see that we can override specific styles. For example, if I comment back in our list style square property here, then we see that the list style is back again with these square bullet points, although we actually set the list style here on our ordered list. So what is the logic behind that? This is what we will explore in the next lecture, so we'll dive deeper into the internals of CSS now. Thankfully, everything we just saw is based on certain and clear defined rules which control the logic of CSS. And these rules are based on three key terms: on inheritance, cascading, so the cascading logic in the term cascading style sheets, and specificity. Understanding these three terms and how they work is crucial to really know what is going on in our CSS logic here, and also helps us a lot to easily style our web page. Let's get started with this inheritance concept. We saw it already in the developer tools with this inherited from information. Inheritance simply means that selected container rules apply to descendants. Selected is important here. Not all rules are applied to descendants, which wouldn't make too much sense. If you, for example, have a width defined for a parent element, you probably don't want to have all your descendants to have the same width, but common sense here really is a big helper to understand which rules are inherited and which not. So no need to learn anything like these properties are inherited, these are not. And if we go back to the project, we saw this inheritance concept in action a lot of times. For example, here in the body, we defined the color, and we saw that in our h1 element, we inherited this color property here from the body. Same thing is true if we go back to the body once again for our text align center rule we added here. This rule is also inherited by our ordered list, for example. So if you go back here, you see inherited from body, text align center. So this is this concept. If you have a container, then elements nested into this container inherit certain properties. With this inheritance logic being in place, another logic is important. That's this cascading logic in CSS. Cascading means that multiple rules can be applied to the same element. Also something we saw in action in our project. If we, for example, go again to our ordered list here, we know that the ordered list inherits the text align property and the color property. So these rules are applied from the body, so to say, to our element. But at the same time here in our ordered list, we added this list style non-property. So this means we have one element with different rules being applied. One of the rules being applied directly to the element, the other one being inherited from another element. The cascading nature here is therefore important to make this possible. Otherwise, something like inheritance, well, wouldn't take place. The cascading logic is important for another core concept in CSS though. For this, let's go to the code and let's maybe delete these unrequired color codes here. Don't need these anymore. And now let me comment back in this list style non property. And let's just focus onto this list here and forget about the ordered list for a moment. Here we have the same property twice, list style, square and non. Now what's happening is that if we also comment out this here, if we go back, we don't have any list style applied, so these square bullet points are not displayed. Why is this the case? Well, because list style non wins over list style square. What happens if we switch the order? So if list style non is the first one and afterwards comes list style square. Let's see. Now the list style square rule wins. Why is this the case? Well, because the cascading logic not only means that multiple rules can be applied to an element from different starting points, so from inheriting the rules from the body and applying it to the element directly, but also from inside such a selector, so to say. And if this is the case, so if you have this rule multiple times, well, then always the latest applied rule wins. So the order matters, so to say. Well, if we follow this logic, then if we comment in our ordered list here, and if we position this ordered list below our list items, then we first define the styling for the list items. Here, list style square would win, but afterwards, so later in our order, we have list style non. Let's quickly format this, by the way. We have list style non, so if the cascading logic is that the latest applied style wins, then we shouldn't have any bullet points now. Let's see if this works. No, it doesn't. So what is going on here now? Well, for cases like this, we have another core concept in CSS, and this is specificity. Specificity means that the more specific selector's rule wins over the less specific selector. Now, what does specific mean here? Well, in our code, we have the ordered list and the list item. If I select the ordered list, I directly select this specific element, and children of this element can inherit properties. But if I directly select the list item, well, this is more specific, right? I specifically target this element. Therefore, in such cases, the more specific selector wins over the less specific one. Therefore, the order logic doesn't play a role here. Specificity is important to define which rule is applied. We can still position the ordered list above here though to keep the logical flow in our project. But here it's important which selector am I using right here and right there. And this logic can also be found in our project in other places. As we learned, we actually defined a color here in our body element, and this color would be inherited, as it is the case for the h1 element. For the anchor tag, this is not working because, well, the anchor tag would inherit the color from the body, but we have a strike through here because, we talked about this, we have a default color being applied by the browser for anchor tags, so for links. So this specific link color, the specific browser default color, is more specific, so to say, than the inherited color. But what is even more specific is the direct color we added in our type selector here, the anchor tag. So this is the most specific one, therefore this color is winning here. Now this can be a bit complex when first being confronted with these concepts, but you will get used to it the more you work with CSS. Always keep in mind this flow though. We have the inheritance, which means that certain properties are applied to descendants of the parent. We have the cascading logic, which allows us to apply multiple rules to the same element and also defines that the latest rule in a specific selector wins if we have the same rule, the same property twice or more. And we have the specificity, which defines which rule wins in the end. So which is the more specific rule, the more specific way to select an element. So this was a lot of important theory now. Now it's time to go back to a bit more of the styling part of this course. So let's continue with the styling of our website with keeping these new concepts in mind though. Let's now work on the style of our full week page. And we could start from the top, so with our H1 element up here, then with the anchor tag, and afterwards with our ordered list. For this, I'll first comment out the list items here. We'll keep the list style none rule for the ordered list because, as explained earlier, this rule will be inherited to the children, so the list items. Therefore, this is all right. So let's get started with our H1 element, so the headline in the full week HTML file. We have a font family already. This is defined in our shared CSS file. So we could get started with changing the font size a bit. I think this current default font size is not perfect. We could make this maybe a bit bigger here. So let's go for a font size of 48 pixels. Let's see. Yeah, now this looks better already. And besides our font size, I would like to have a slightly different color. At the moment, we have the same color that we defined in the body, so we inherited this. And I prepared a slightly different grayish tone here, just to bring a bit more life into this page. And this is 71, 62, and 62. And yeah, with that, we have changed the color slightly and increased the size. So I think our H1 element looks all right. Let's now continue with the next element here in our project, and this would be our anchor tag. As for the H1 element, we have defined some styles already here in our shared CSS file. So font family and text decoration is nothing we have to define. We might think about the color and some other properties though. Let's get started with adding some background color. We added some background color to the body here, but for the anchor tag, I want to have a different background color to give this more button-like look. As background color, we choose the background color property, and then I prepared another color already, again RGB. And here this is 167, 1, and 78. This is kind of a reddish tone, so to say. You might remember this color from the shared CSS file as the actual color for the text in this anchor tag. Therefore, at the moment, we cannot see a lot. So we should change the color property here to white maybe. Here I don't use RGB, but just the white predefined color here. Yeah, looks better. Some issues still, but it's improved already. What we could then add, as we also did it already in our shared CSS file, is some border radius of 4 pixels to get these slightly rounded corners. I think this looks better. Besides that, we could also work on the font size a bit. Let's maybe give it 24 pixels. Yeah, now this looks a bit more prominent, so to say. What doesn't look good though is if we hover here, we still get this text decoration. So we define text decoration none for the default case, but once we hover, it's back here. I'm not a big fan of that, so let's also add the hover pseudo selector for our anchor tag here. And there we'll say text decoration should be set to none. So this should look better. Yeah, now we don't have this effect. But now the problem is that we don't get any feedback once we hover here besides the changing cursor. So what we could also do is we could add a background color for the hover case. And here, well, big surprise, I prepared another color. This has the RGB code of 180, 12, and 90. So with that, if we hover here, yeah, you see, it's just a slight feedback here, but looks a lot better already. With this, I'm happy with our H1 element and the anchor tag. Not finished yet, of course. This looks a bit tight here, for example. We'll cover this in a few minutes. But we can now continue actually with our list here. I'll skip the ordered list for the moment now and directly tackle the specific list items. We can of course delete our list style here, not needed at this stage. For the list items, I would like to get started with some background color again. Big fan of colors to make things look a bit more beautiful. And again, the color I prepared here has the RGB code of 223, 136, and 124. Then another property we know already is maybe some border radius to give it this round look. Here maybe with 6 pixels. And yeah, if we go back, we see that we now have some color in here. You see that we have these rounded corners. We don't have any space between our list items here, but we can quickly add some space with the margin property that we used already here in our head. This adds the space between our elements. So let's maybe use a margin here of 32 pixels, for example. Let's see if this looks better. Yeah, now we have these 3 elements separated a bit. Still, this page doesn't look too fancy, if we are honest. We have some issues here when it comes to the space this text needs in this box, so we need some additional space in here actually. The width of these items is awkward, the space between these is also strange, so yeah, we are not there yet. To dive deeper here, we need to understand another core concept of CSS though, the so-called CSS box model. What is the CSS box model? We know a lot about HTML elements already, and we know that with the help of CSS selectors, for example the type selector, we are able to change the style of our elements. Now, CSS has a specific way to interact with these elements and to refer to different parts of an element. Because CSS thinks about elements in a way that each element CSS can interact with, of course, is surrounded by different boxes. So you could say different layers, different parts, which define the styling, the position, and the layout of this element on our website. What does this mean? Well, an element has the content, so to say. The content is just the space the actual, content of an element needs. In our project here, this will be the space required here for the text for our today's challenge. So this is basically the content of this element. Now, turns out that we need more than this content part if we want to have a proper looking website. Besides the content, we have the so-called padding. The padding is the space the content gets between, the content itself and, so to say, the borders of our box. If we go back to our project and into our code and here to the anchor tag, we could add some padding maybe up here. And let's say we want to have a padding of 12 pixels. With that, our text gets more space, you can see it here, but space between the content and the end of that box, so of that element it lies inside. Therefore, it's also called the box model, as this is kind of a box, so to say. We are not done with the padding though. There is more related to such an element, which makes it, such a box in the end. And this is the border. We know about the border already. We use the border radius, for example, in our project. If we again go back to our anchor tag, here we have set the border radius, which allowed us to have these rounded corners, but we can also set the border property. The border property, simply written like this, has 3 core definitions. One is the width of the border, for example, 1 pixel here to have a really thin border. Then the type of border, this could be a dashed border, for example, or a solid border, which would just be a solid line. And then we define the color of that border. In our case, the border should have the same color as the background, so we use RGB. And now 1, 6, 7, 1, and 7, 8. With this in place, if we go back, we obviously don't see a difference because the border has the same color in our case, but you could of course change the color property here in the developer tools. If you would, for example, increase the size of the border to 8 pixels and maybe take a yellow tone here for the color, then you see that you have this border around here. Not what we need at this stage, but you can still see you have the content, then the padding, and then the border around here. Let's reload to get rid of this change. With that, we are almost done. There is just one last thing missing to finish this box model concept, and that's the so-called margin. The margin now is not related to the actual element in a way to the content and the way it is displayed. It's just the space this element needs related to other elements or the limits, top, left, bottom, right, of our website. So if we say that the space between these elements is a bit too big maybe, then we can go back to our page here to the H1 selector, and then we can say that we add the margin property like this. And let's say we give it a margin of 12 pixels. With this, you see now the space here is reduced. So that's the core concept of the CSS box model: content, padding, border, and margin. And if you think about another element, well, it would follow the same pattern. You have the content in here, and then padding, border, margin, and as you see, the margin defines the space between these two elements. Now, we use these properties already in our project now, but there are a few more things to keep in mind when working with these properties here. Let's say our HTML code is just this paragraph, and we want to style these different properties here. Then you would go into CSS, use the paragraph type selector, and add the padding. And as you see, I didn't add the padding with one single value here, but with 4 different values highlighted with different colors. Because for the padding and the margin, we have 4 areas. We have the distance to the top, to the right, to the bottom, and to the left. For the content and the border, we obviously don't have that. Therefore, you can define the padding for each of these single directions. So you can think about this clock here. You always start from the top, so this defines the padding between the content and the top of the corresponding element. The second value is the distance to the right, the third one to the bottom, and the fourth one to the left. As I said, for the border, well, we don't have this differentiation. You simply define the border size, then the border type, and the border color. For the margin, for example, we can follow this pattern. But it's a different one here. We only have 2 values now. Because we can, of course, define the value for each of these single directions, so to say, top, right, bottom, and left, or we can define the distance vertically and horizontally. Here the first value would be the distance top and bottom. The second value would be the distance left and right. And finally, we could also just use one single value, as we just did it. This would mean that we have a space of 8 pixels for all directions, top, right, bottom, and left. With this new knowledge gained, we can now go back to our project and improve the styling a bit more, because let's be honest, this doesn't look too pretty at the moment. With the theory out of the way, we can now apply our new knowledge about the box model to our project. For this, I'm back in the code, and I would like to get started with our H1 element up here. We applied a margin of 12 pixels, so we used the single value here. This means a margin of 12 pixels is applied to the top, the right, the bottom, and the left, and I don't think we need this margin definition here. Because back in the project, if we use our dev tools and go to the H1 element, you see the box model indicated in the browser. Here, the blue part is the content and the orange part is the margin. If we use our inspect option here, we can also navigate right here, and here you see it better. You can also find the box model in the dev tools, by the way, a very great helper in such cases. If we go to our Styles tab again right here, selecting the element, and then scroll down further and further, we can see, well, our box model as explained on the slide previously. In the center here, you can see the content, also highlighted blue in the browser window. Then we don't have any padding or border for this element, but we have the margin with 12 pixels all around. The margin all around, as I said, is not what we need in here. I think we need the margin to the top and to the bottom. By the way, this overlap here of the margin to the next element is due to the so-called margin collapsing. We will explore this a bit later in the course, so for the moment we will just ignore this. Just want to make sure that we are aware of the fact that this is happening right here. However, as I said, a margin to the top and to the bottom would be enough to give our element a bit space, but the left and right margin is not required. The centering happens due to our body element here having the text align property applied. And as we learned, text align center centers the content inside of an element. So in our case, the text is part of the h1 element, which is part of the body, therefore it is centered. So long story short, we'll go back to our code and change this 12 pixels here to 12 pixels 0. So 12 pixels margin top bottom, 0 margin left and right. Saving this and going back, well, shows us that now this margin to the left and to the right is gone. As you can see it here, the element is still centered as explained previously. Let's go to the next element here, and let's maybe stay here in the DevTools to show you this in a bit more convenient way. Here, our anchor tag has a padding, so no margin here, but a padding, so it's this space between the content and the actual border of our element, so to say. If we scroll down again, you can also see this here. We have the content, then we have the padding, and we have a slight border added here. So this part here is okay. I just think we need a bit more padding to the left and to the right to give this element, well, a better look. Therefore, if we go back to our padding, and here we add a space again, as before, no commas or anything like that. And here we could give it a margin of maybe 48 pixels. As you see, for our values, we use pixels here, so we use the unit. For the 0 value, this is not required because, well, 0 is 0, no matter if you write pixels or 0, just as the plain number here. So let's go back, and yeah, I think now this looks better already. The space between our h1 and the anchor tag is something we'll tackle a bit later. The next part of our page that I would like to tackle with our box model logic is the ordered list here. The ordered list here has no specific property of our box model applied. All these properties and values are added automatically. If we inspect the code here and scroll up, you see that all these rules here are applied by default by the browser for our ordered list, so we didn't specify anything. This is a bit of a problem here because if you closely inspect our element, maybe like this it becomes evident, or maybe let's use this logic here. So if you inspect it like this, you see that the element is not really centered. Specifically, the list items here are kind of off, so to say. We can change this quickly with a little bit of a trick when it comes to centering elements. Centering here is not related to the text align center rule we applied to the body element. This referred to centering the content, the text content of an element. Here, we want to center the actual element. For this, we have a little trick, and this trick can be applied here in our ordered list element. And there, I now first want to give our list a specific width. So let's say we give it a width of maybe 500 pixels. Let's do this. Now we see that the centering is a real big issue here. You see it's totally off. But now we have specified that right here, our total element has this predefined width. So if I unselect this, you see we have it bigger. Now it becomes smaller. And very important, not because of the width being inherited by our list items. The width is, as I said, based on common sense, not a property which is inherited. But if we shrink the size of the containing element, then the nested elements will also shrink if we don't give them a bigger width. Therefore, we have this reduced width here for our list items. But this was just step 1, because now it's totally off. But if we now go back to the code and work with our margin property we just learned about in detail, I will now apply a margin of 36 pixels to the top. This gives it some additional space here between our button and the list. Then a space, and then for the distance to the right, I will apply the auto property. For the bottom, a distance of 0, and for the left, again, auto. Now, why auto? If we save this and go back, you see, if I undo this, that our element is, well, almost centered now. We have to add one additional thing. But with the auto value for the left and right part of our margin property, elements can be centered. So the browser automatically adds the identical space to the left and to the right of our element, and therefore it centers this element. Why is it not perfectly centered though? Well, this is because if we scroll down, we have this default padding of 40 pixels here applied. Here you can also see our exact same margin to the left and to the right. So this is working. But if we now go back once again and add a padding of 0 here to our element, then you see we finally centered it. That's also one of the reasons why this box model is so important. It doesn't only help us to define the style of our specific elements, it also helps us to, well, work on the alignment of the elements. Here we center the element with this margin auto rule. However, we are not done yet, because I think besides the fact that the list is now organized in a better way, the list elements still look a bit strange. Therefore, let's now work on these, and if we inspect them first, you see, well, what is obviously missing is some padding here for these list items. We only have the content and the margin, but the space between our text and the border of our elements here is way too small, so let's change this. And for that, I'll add some padding first, adding in all directions, maybe of 16 pixels here. Let's see. Yeah, looks a lot better already, as I would say. So this is this box model concept in practice. It will be a concept which we will use for building basically any website in the future and also in this course. But at this point of the course, it's time to switch back from CSS to HTML again. Let's take a quick break from our CSS learnings here, and let's have a look at our website again from an HTML point of view. At the moment, we have a structure like this on our full week HTML page. We have the body element, which holds the h1 element, and our ordered list with the list items. So our challenges, basically. As you learn throughout this course, HTML is all about the semantics in the end. We know that the body contains the actual content of our website, the h1 element holds the main heading, and the ordered list holds our list items, so related information. This has semantical meaning already. It provides information about what's inside this element, but the bigger a website gets, and typically websites these days are quite huge, the more information you might need. Information not only related to the actual element here, but to the position or to the area of this element on our website. So we could add more structure to this website. And I said we could. It's not a must to do that. You learned this throughout this course. The browser is very forgiving, so we don't have to add this additional semantic information to our code. But as we also learned it throughout this course, it helps a lot, it helps other developers, it also helps the browser, it helps screen readers, and basically it improves the entire way the information is presented on our website. Therefore, all the elements we add right now are optional, but we show you a way how to add this semantic information easily with default HTML elements. For example here, our h1 element. This is the main heading, and therefore it is part of the header section of our web page. header, as you can see, is an HTML element, so it can hold other elements, it can be styled, and so on. It's a completely normal HTML element with the purpose of holding the header content here. If we continue this logic, the ordered list here, including the list items, is basically the core content of our full week HTML file. Turns out there is also an element for this. It is the main element. So the main element holds exactly that. It holds the core part of our web page, so the main information that we want to display. We could also have more information on our website. For example, at the bottom, we could have a paragraph, and this paragraph could contain information about the imprint or social media links, anything like this. So typical information which is not the core of our website, but which fits perfectly into a footer. Here we also have a corresponding element which can be used in such cases. Is it a must to structure your website this way? No, it's not. Do we recommend to do it? Yes, definitely. Because as I said, websites become bigger and bigger the more content you add to it. Therefore, adding structure is crucial to keep the website maintainable. But these are not all our elements when it comes to structuring a website though. On the MDN docs, link is attached to this lecture, you can find more information about the document and the website structure. If we go down a bit, you see all the basic sections of a document, the header, the main content, and the footer I described, and also a navigation bar, a sidebar. So basically lots of different areas a typical website can have. You can find more information about the elements if you scroll down further, but the purpose of this course is to turn you into a web developer, so you can of course focus onto all these details. We recommend to first start with the basics here, so to add a core structure to the website. Once the concepts are set, then you can dive deeper and structure your website in even more details. We'll get started with the basics though, so let's go back to our code and let's have a look at the full week HTML file. As I said, we are inside the body element here, so structure is not required in the head, obviously, with the metadata. And here, I first want to add the header element here. And now put the h1 element, so our header here, into this header, and actually also our anchor tag. Because the anchor tag is also part of the headline, so to say, of the top part of this page. If you look at it, you see we have the challenges and below the today's challenge. So these are not part of the main area because the main area are just the actual challenges, so the list of all our challenges here. Therefore, we can select this anchor tag here, put it up into the header like this. So what remains for the main part is our ordered list. So we can now create below our header our main element and here put the ordered list into this main element, and maybe also quickly format this a bit. With this, if we go back to the project, you see nothing changed from a visual point of view, but we added more semantic meaning, more structure to our web page. With this, we added even more elements to our web page. This is not a problem at all. As I said, it adds a lot of value here. But at the moment, we are only working with the so-called type selector and a pseudo selector here with the hover effect in our full week CSS file. Now, the thing is that we don't only have these type selectors. You learned about one other selector in the last module. Here in the daily challenge CSS file, we have this today's challenge selector, a so-called ID selector, which was added right here by this ID attribute. Now, with our website becoming a bit more complex step by step, the next thing we should discover now is if we have additional selectors, which might be helpful here to select exactly the specific element that should be selected. Because what if we would add a fourth list item here, for example, right here, and say, learn all about forms. And now we have 4 different goals, and now 2 goals should be highlighted as your main priority goals. With an ID, this would not be possible because, as you learned, the ID should only be used once. It's a unique ID. Selecting the list items won't work because then all list items would be highlighted. So what do we do in such cases? Whenever you want to be more specific about which style should be applied to which elements, you use selectors or combinators. We learned about some selectors already. Combinators is a new topic. Let's explore both in theory now. And let's get started with our selectors. We know two types of selectors already. The first one is the so-called type selector. We used it throughout our project. You can just refer to a specific element type and then add your CSS rules. Therefore, these rules will be applied to this specific element type. For example, a paragraph, an H2 element, anything like this. We also had a look at the ID selector. The ID selector was created by adding an attribute, the ID attribute and the ID name in the HTML file to an HTML element. And we can then refer to this ID in CSS with the hashtag and then the ID name that we created for this specific element. We also have two other core selector types. One is the so-called group selector. The group selector allows us to, group multiple element types together where our specific CSS rules we define as part of this selector will then be applied. Here we could, for example, say we use the paragraph and the H2 element, and then we apply certain styles to both of these element types. We have another core selector type though, and this is the class selector. The class selector is quite similar to the ID selector in general. We also add the class as attribute to our HTML element. Then we define a class name. And then in CSS, we refer to this specific class name with the dot notation and then by adding this class name. The difference to the ID selector is that whilst the ID selector is unique, so an ID should only be used once for a specific element, the class selector can be used for multiple elements. So with that, you can create specific classes of elements, so to say, which then have the specific styles applied, which you defined in your class selector. So these are selectors. Besides that, we also have combinators, and we'll have a look at two core combinators now. And combinators are a combination of different selectors. What does this mean? Well, we have, for example, the descendant combinator. Here, referring to the list selector and the paragraph selector, just an example here, of course. If you would use this combinator in your CSS code and then apply certain rules to it, then the rules defined here would be applied to all paragraphs which have a list item as ancestor, not as parent, but as ancestor. That's again one of the reasons why we talked about the parent, child, ancestor, descendant. So all these different combinations and these relationships we have between our elements in HTML. Here it becomes important because with this logic, we can target specific elements and apply certain styles to these. Besides the descendant combinator, we also have a child combinator, written basically in the same way, with the difference here that we don't add the space, but we add this larger than sign between the two elements. Here I took the example of an H2 element and a paragraph element. The result would be, if you use this combinator in CSS, that only paragraphs which are direct children of H2 would have the defined styles applied. So these are two core combinators basically, one allowing us to style any descendants, the other one allowing us to apply styles to children. That's the theory, of course. Let's apply these concepts now in practice again in our course project. To dive deeper into these selectors, I would like to make our list a bit more complex first. At the moment we have these four list items, so just the list element here. I would like to add a bit more information to our list, because basically, what if we put that description of our challenge into a paragraph, so inside the list here, so take this right here and right there. And then ahead of this paragraph, we add the day and the date, because typically challenges are related to a specific date, so to say. That is also what we can add here to our project. To highlight this specific date, we also need a specific element, should be the content of an element here. H1 is reserved for the main heading of this website here. So why don't we just go for an H2 element here and add, for example, Tuesday, April 2nd. So on this specific day, we have this challenge. And we can, of course, also quickly format this to make it look a bit more structured. Let's apply the same logic to all our other list items. So here we add the H2 element. Here we could go for Wednesday, April 3rd. And then we create another paragraph which contains our challenge of this corresponding day. Then we do the same thing for our third list item here. Again, H2 element, Thursday, April 4th, paragraph which contains the challenge. And finally, one last time, we add an H2 element. This should be Friday, April 5th. And here we wanna, well, maybe not learn about forms, not too happy about this goal. Let's maybe rather say we want to practice advanced HTML and CSS concepts to not be too specific here. Let's format this. And with that, we added more information to our list and we added paragraphs in this list here. So we only have paragraphs in here at the moment. But if we also go to our header here maybe and say, well, we have challenges here for the next days, so to say, and I want to emphasize that. So we could also add another paragraph up here, which says exactly that. These are my goals for the next days, for example. Like this. With this change in place, we might run into a slight problem though. Because on our website, we now have the paragraph here in our header. And we have the paragraph here in all our list items. So this one, that one, and so on. At the moment, the paragraph only has the font family property applied by us. This was done here in the shared CSS file, and that's fine. But if we look at our website, we see that, for example, here for this paragraph, we need some more margin to the bottom here, well, to get more space between the button and our description here. If we would go to our shared CSS file now here and add, for example, a margin bottom, this one here, margin bottom simply allows us to specifically tailor one of the 4 directions where a margin could be applied. You remember we had the logic of adding the margin like this, for example, 4 pixels, top, right, bottom, left. Then we could add 4 pixels, 8 pixels. So 4 pixels, top, bottom, 8 pixels, left, right, or 4 pixels, 4 pixels, 8 pixels, for example. So top, right, bottom, and left. Here with margin bottom, we specifically target one specific margin direction, that's bottom here. And we could say that we add a bottom margin of maybe 36 pixels here. If we do this, you see that this works here for our paragraph, but the margin was also added here for the paragraphs we have in our list items. Definitely not what we want, therefore we should get rid of this rule right here. And now we should specifically target the paragraph where this margin should be added. In our case, this is this paragraph here in the header. And as this specific paragraph only exists once on our website, we can use a selector we already used in the course, and that's the so-called ID selector. The ID selector was used here in the index.html file. That's it. So we can create it again. So we add the ID attribute and maybe call this ID description as it describes, well, what is displayed on this website. With the ID being created in our full week CSS file, maybe here below the H1 element, we can refer now to this ID with the hashtag and then the ID name. And here we then add our margin bottom, as we just did it for all paragraphs, again with this 36 pixels. Going back to the website, you see we now have this nice distance between our three elements here without changing the margin here for our list items. We can also target our element differently though. Because if you look at our structure, we have the header here, this one, and inside the header we have this paragraph. This means the paragraph is a so-called descendant of the header. And we also had such a so-called combinator. So now we use the ID selector, but with the descendant combinator, we can also target exactly this specific paragraph, as it's the only paragraph here inside our header element. How would this work? Well, if we comment out our ID selector and now refer to our header, add a space, and now the paragraph, like this. So this means we want to target all paragraphs which are descendants of the header element. And if we also add margin bottom right here now of 36 pixels, then you get exactly the same result as before without adding the ID. Now, which one should you use? Well, it depends, to be honest. In this course, we'll add a mix of combinators and selectors also to practice these concepts. In real-world projects, we typically rather use combinators than too many IDs and so-called classes, which we'll cover in a few minutes. It's just important for you to understand that you have different ways to specifically select the elements you need. Talking about specific elements, let's also go to our list items here once again. Because for the list items, if we scroll down a bit, and maybe also format this quickly, so like this. For these list items, I also want to apply the concepts we just learned about. I want to make sure that both the paragraph and the h2 elements, so basically the content of our specific list items, so this one and that one, the h2 element should have a slightly different color and a different font family, because at the moment we have this serif font family, which I don't think looks good. And for the paragraph, I want to reduce the margin a bit, because I think the distance is a bit too big between these two types of information. And at the moment, we have the default margin being applied here for paragraph elements by the browser. So we have to select the h2 element and the paragraph. For the h2 element, it's quite straightforward. We only have the h2 elements here in our list items. Therefore, the normal type selector is sufficient. For the paragraph, things are a bit different though. Let's get started with the h2 element though, and that's quite straightforward. We can just select h2 in here. And now I prepared another color here with an RGB code of 78, 13, and 5. So now you see we have this slightly reddish tone in here, which looks better already. And we'll also apply a different font family. Here we will use Oswald and sans serif as a fallback. With that, our page looks a lot better already. Now, what about the paragraphs though in here? We have plenty of options to tackle these. First option could of course be, well, we use again a combinator and say something like, well, all paragraphs inside our main element, so main P as we had it before. If I would now add a margin of 12 pixels, for example, like this, let's apply this. Doesn't make a big difference to be honest, but if we go to our element in here and select the paragraph, then you see we now have this 12 pixel margin. So this worked. Besides that, I would also like to use a different color again. This should be the color with the code 71, 29, and 22. Now we have that slightly different color. It's hard to see, it's just about the slight changes we apply here. But if you scroll up, you see this color is applied. As you see, it's a bit better to read now. So this is one way to use this descendant combinator. An alternative would be to use the concept of classes. Classes allow us to group specific elements together where the same styles should be applied. How does this work? Well, in our full week HTML file, we could say that all these paragraphs in here have a specific class. So class is again an attribute, which could be daily goal, for example. If we use this now and add it right here, right there, and right there, then we have this class applied multiple times. In contrast to the ID, classes can be used multiple times. And in the full week CSS file, we can now comment out our combinator here. And now refer to the class with the dot. That's how we refer to class names. And refer to our daily goal class in here, which should actually have the same rules applied as we had it before. And if we go back, you see we have now this class also here in our DevTools, and the margin and the color is still applied. So this would be one of the alternatives here. But what if we comment in now this combinator here, by the way? If we do that, save it, what happens? Website is still styled, but which style was applied? Well, the daily goal style was applied here. See it in our DevTools. Because here, specificity comes into play again. The normal element selector is less specific than a combinator would be, because the paragraph selector, for example, here, this one would apply to all paragraphs. The main P combinator here only applies to paragraphs which are descendants of the main element, so it's more specific. And the class here is even more specific, because only elements with this specific class have this certain style applied. So as we talked about it, the concept of specificity here again follows common sense. Therefore, it's pretty easy to remember once you get used to it. Still, I want to keep the currently not working combinator here because we could use our classes for something different here. I mentioned that it would be great if we could have something like 2 highlight goals, so very important goals we should achieve. In our full week HTML file, this could, for example, be our second goal here, so to do the exercises, and also this one, the third one, to dive deeper. These could be very important goals because if we practice what we learned, we made sure we understood what we learned, and if we then dive deeper, we can do the next step. For this, we can also use a class, but not being applied to the paragraph, of course, because I want to highlight the entire list item here. So let's delete all our classes right here, this one and that one. And let's now add the class to the specific list items. So again, we can combine or select specific elements which should have a common style. So let's say class should be highlight goal here, for example, and apply the same class here to this list item. Class is highlight goal. Now, what should happen to this highlight goal? Well, at the moment, in our full week CSS file, we have this background color being applied to the list items. And as you just learned, the type selector here is the least specific selector. Therefore, if we now take the background color property and rename daily goal to highlight goal, and also delete these properties in here, and paste the background color, and now hover over it to open this helper here in Visual Studio Code, and let's make this maybe slightly more reddish. It's just a slight change, like this. So we have this 2 to 4, 1 to 4, and 1 1 1 here. If we save this, go back, you see that we now have a slight darker background color for these two goals. Maybe a bit too slight, to be honest, so let's maybe put this a bit more to the right. Like this, so 2 to 6, 115, 101. Yeah, now I think it's more evident. Now we have these two goals highlighted a little bit to make sure that these are our core goals. And again, we used another selector here, which is more specific than the type selector here with the list item. Therefore, for the other list items which don't have this specific class applied, our default color, so to say, for the list items is applied. But with the more specific class selector, we added a background color to the elements which have this selector applied. With that, we improved our styles a lot. What I still don't like here is the gap between our header and the main part here. So we should add a bit more margin to make sure this increases. For this, in our full week CSS file on top maybe, we can use the header type selector here and also add margin bottom, a bit more here of 64 pixels. Let's see. Yeah, I think now this looks a lot better. And what we could also do is, we could go with the ID selector here maybe for the description of our challenge. As I said, both alternatives are possible here, but as we want to practice as many selectors and combinators as possible, we'll go for the ID selector here, for the descendant combinator there, and at the bottom, we'll go with the class selector. With this, we're coming closer towards the end of this diving deeper module. There is just one last core concept missing we should have a look at. Throughout this course, we worked with different elements. Here in our full week HTML file, we have an h1 element, paragraph, an anchor tag, and so on. But I'm not referring to this differentiation of elements. We also have another way to differentiate our elements here. I'm referring to the way these elements behave on our website. Now, if we go back to our website, you see that if we focus onto our header here, all three elements, the h1 element here, the paragraph, and the anchor tag, are displayed one after another, so line by line, not next to each other. Now, if we duplicate our h1 element, which you typically wouldn't do, it's just for demonstration purposes, and I go back, it's added in a new line again. Now you might say, okay, this makes sense because, the text here is kind of too long, so it has to be added in two different lines. But even if I change this to the short my here and my there, both elements are added one after another. So here, first h1 element, second h1 element. Let's undo this change now. And let's now duplicate our anchor tag, where we can view our today's challenge. If we do this and go back, things are different. Here, our elements are displayed next to each other. Okay, strange. Let's undo this change though, because we keep it like that. And if we further investigate our website, we see that also in our main part, we have again, like for the h1 element, element after element. So list item, list item, list item. Inside the list items, h2 element, paragraph. So line by line, each element. If we switch to our today's challenge here, we have an image here at the beginning, and afterwards the h1 element. In our code, the index.html file, we could now add the image twice. Could be a different image. Right now, I'll add the same image. If I go back, the image is also displayed next to the other image. Okay, let's keep this in mind. Let's go back. And if we now go down to our last line here, explore the full week, this is basically a paragraph. And inside this paragraph, we have an anchor tag. But typically, if we have structures where one element holds another one, as we had it in our full week and here in our list, for example, so list holding two other elements, these were displayed one after another. So things look a bit random here again. Of course, there is another concept which defines whether elements are displayed next to each other or one after another. And this concept is the difference between a block level or block element and inline elements. Now, if we think about what we just saw, we could say that a paragraph here, for example, is a block element. The lines, the white lines to the left and to the right, are the borders of our website, so to say. So if we create a paragraph, this paragraph occupies the entire space of that page. We see this here, for example, with our header here, this paragraph, as you see the content, so like this, so the blue area here occupies the entire space. We have a small gap here, but generally you see it occupies the entire space. Now, whenever you have this behavior, we are talking about block elements. Things are different with inline elements though. We could have another paragraph, so this, for example, the opening tag, this nested into a block element, closing tag. And into this paragraph, we could now add an anchor tag, which says this link is an inline element. The anchor tag here is of course missing the reference, it's just for demonstration purposes here. But the thing is, we can add such anchor tags into existing elements without creating a new line. We also saw this in our project. This was the example we had here. At the bottom, we had this paragraph, and this paragraph holds this anchor tag. So we just were able to add this anchor tag without full week being displayed in a new line. So what are the core differences now between these two element types? Well, basically it's the question whether a new line is started or whether these elements occupy the full width of our page by default. For the block element, we can confirm this. The block element uses an entire line, so each new block element creates a new line when it's added to the page, and the element uses the full width. For the inline element, both of these things are not true. Inline elements can be added inline, as the name indicates already, and only use the space needed for the content of this element. Now, why would we use such inline elements then? Well, this becomes clear if we look at some common inline elements. For example, the anchor tag, which allows us to link to other websites or to other pages of the current websites as we had it. Links are typically added as parts of paragraphs, for example. Therefore, if a new line would be started for the link, well, this would break our page flow, so to say. Therefore, we need inline elements for such cases. Same thing is true for buttons, so clickable buttons to submit forms. Forms will be covered a bit later in the course. These are basically such pages you might know if you register somewhere where you have to enter your email, your password, and so on. And then you have to send the information or submit this form. Buttons are often placed next to other buttons. Therefore, the inline logic here is also something that makes sense. Images, as also seen in our project here, are also inline elements. And finally, we have the span. The span is a non-semantic inline container to mark up text in the end. So a span does not have any semantic meaning. It can just be added into a paragraph, for example, to select a specific part of the text, or so to say, and then to add a specific style to text parts here. So this is the difference between block and inline elements. As you see throughout the course, we will use both element types, and whenever you have that behavior that an element is well positioned next to another one and not below it, then you have the case of an inline element. In case you want to dive deeper into inline elements, which is not required at this stage of the course, you can again find a link to the MDN web docs here. The link is attached to this lecture, and if you scroll down a bit, you can find a list of all inline elements. Now again, these are lots of elements. As you saw in our common inline element list on the slide, we don't have to know all these elements by heart. Get started with the course project as we do, and then by gaining more and more experience with HTML and CSS, you will automatically see which element you might need here and if you have an inline or block element. But it's important to keep in mind that there is this differentiation, and with that, we finally finished the last core concept of this deep dive module in HTML and CSS. So with this, in the following lectures, we can focus on to adding a bit more style especially to our landing page. So that's the theory behind block and inline elements. If we look at these elements in our project here, we saw that we have both on our page here. Here in the header, we have an h1 element, paragraph, both block elements, and this anchor tag, which is an inline element. And if I would add a second anchor tag, here, duplicating this, saving it, well, you see that these are displayed next to each other. So each block element occupies the entire width or the whole line, so to say. For anchor tags, this is not the case. These just require the space. Well, they need to be displayed. Here we can, of course, get rid of the second anchor tag. And with that, we have our style back. By the way, the reason why this anchor tag and this inline element is displayed in a new line is because the paragraph before is a block element, therefore the next element is also in a new line. However, there are some more things to consider when working with block and inline elements. If we look at our header element here, the header is the parent of all these three elements I just talked about, you see that the content of the header, so the blue part, does not contain all elements. It kind of cuts off our anchor tag, our button with the View Today's Challenge text. Specifically, it cuts off the button at a certain point. If we go to the button, you see that here, View Today's Challenge, the text is the actual content of that anchor tag. And that's where the content is also cut off here in our header element. Now, this is happening because for inline elements, we have certain special rules when it comes to applying the padding, top or bottom, or margin, also top or bottom. Let's get started with the margin maybe. In our code, we go to the full Wix CSS file and here to our anchor tag. At the moment, no margin is added. And if I would add a margin now, this maybe, and we add a top and bottom margin of maybe 30 pixels and of 0 for the left and the right. If we do this, nothing changes. We see that in our anchor tag here that this margin property was applied, but it doesn't have an impact. We can also scroll down here to see our box model where the margin is actually displayed, so there should be a margin, but in the real world, as you see it, it doesn't have any effect here. It's not displayed. If I would go back and also add a left and right margin, maybe of 12 pixels, this would be displayed. You see the orange part here, because left and right margins can be added to inline elements, which kind of makes sense as inline elements are placed next to each other in the same line, whereas top and bottom margins simply do not work. That's one thing to keep in mind here. And that's also the reason why the distance between our two elements here was added with this paragraph here. However, also in this paragraph, in the margin, we see that the margin again kind of overflows the button, so to say. It again ends at the content of our anchor tag here. So kind of the same logic we saw for the content of the header. Now that's the second limitation we have when it comes to working with inline elements. Back in our code, we can first delete that margin, which is not working. And now we can focus on to the padding here. We added a padding of 12 pixels to our element, and I will change this now to 0 pixels here. Going back, you see that our button, of course, changed. No padding is added anymore. And if we now go to our paragraph, you see that now the bottom margin of this paragraph exactly ends where the button begins, so to say, because we didn't add any padding. Same logic applies to our header. Here, the content of the header element now exactly contains the content of our anchor tag. The padding was ignored somehow. We can even play this a bit further. For our paragraph, we have a big bottom margin here, as we can see it. That's this bottom margin we have right here. If we quickly remove any margin from our description ID here, like this, you see that the paragraph and the anchor tag are displayed one after another. Now, if we go back to the anchor tag and bring back some padding, some top and bottom padding of 12 pixels here, then the padding is added, but as you see, the button now kind of hides the previously displayed paragraph. Now, this is happening because top and bottom padding can be added to inline elements, but this padding does not move other elements up. If we go back to our code and set this back to 0, and instead add the padding here to our description, so let's say padding bottom maybe 50 pixels to make it really clear. If we do that, you see that this padding we added, this one here, is now moving down the next element, because the padding defines the distance between the content and the border of our element. But with that, the element gets bigger, and therefore other elements, following elements or previous elements, are pushed up or down. This is not the case for our inline element though, as we saw it, so we can delete this. Now the question is, what can we do here? Let's first add our padding maybe, like this, to make it look better. And how can we fix this now? Well, we could of course add a margin here, maybe of, I don't know, 20 pixels, and then play around to get the right distance. But then we again have this issue that the content is not covering the entire elements inside, so it's not what I would recommend here. Instead, we have another, well, trick which kind of helps us here, and this is the display property. The display property, which can be added here, written like this, so simply display. And this property now allows us to define the way our elements are displayed. And which ways do we have to display elements? Well, one way here would be display inline. So this would just mean that this element should be displayed as an inline element. Well, the anchor tag is an inline element, therefore no difference here. And let's maybe set this margin here to 0 for the moment to have this better visible. So this doesn't change a thing. We could change this element to a block element. With that, it would behave like a block element. And as can be seen, the text is now visible and the next element is occupying the entire space of the next line, as we didn't define a width here. Or we can use another value, which is called inline block. Now, inline block kind of combines both worlds, so to say. We have an inline element, which can be displayed in the same line, so not in a new line as block elements. And we are able to apply top and bottom margins and top and bottom padding, which now affects the distance to other elements. With that, as can be seen, we now have the space defined for our inline element, so defined by our content and the padding, as we can see it here. And we also have the top and bottom padding affecting the distance to our previous element here. Besides that, we can now also add a margin if we want to, maybe just 12 pixels and 0 left right. If we do that, you see now the margin was added, and it also has an effect on the distance to the other element. Besides that, if we go to our header now, you see that the content ends with all elements which are part of our header element here. So these are some core things to keep in mind. Block versus inline elements. Inline elements have limitations when it comes to top and bottom margins or padding, which can be overcome with the inline block element. So we use the display property and change the value to inline block. Inline block elements have another special behavior though. If you look at our H1 element here, this one, you see that we have a margin of 12 pixels. You can see it down here. If we go back to our code, to the description, and add a margin of maybe 24 pixels here, a bigger one. If we do that, what's happening here? Well, we have a margin of 12 pixels here actually for our H1 element, and for the paragraph we have the margin of 24 pixels. But if you look at the margin that is used in the end, can you see it? Here, this margin ends slightly below the G of upcoming, so to say, and this margin here begins below that G. What that simply means is that the margin between these two elements is simply 24 pixels. So the 12 pixels here for our bottom margin for the H1 element is simply ignored. If I would change the margin here to 8 pixels for our description, like this, then it would be different. Here, we now see that the bottom margin here ends with the content of our paragraph, and the margin of the paragraph is also part of this margin. Can you see it? So the margin between these two elements is now defined by this 12 pixel margin. So these are two block elements where this is happening. Here, for the paragraph, we again have our 8 pixel margin, but here, the 12 pixels for the anchor tag are somehow added. So we have 8 pixels and then we have 12 pixels. So the distance between these two elements is 20 pixels. Here the distance is 12 pixels defined by the H1, not 20 pixels. The behavior we see here between our adjacent elements, it's important, this only happens between adjacent elements, is called margin collapsing. Because, well, margins collapse here in a way that we define a margin for the H1 element, here, for example, the 12 pixels, and for the following paragraph, where we define the margin of 8 pixels. In such cases, well, the larger margin wins, so to say. Margin collapsing only occurs for vertical margins, so for horizontal margins, we don't have this issue. And it only happens for block elements. Why is this the case? Well, because for inline elements, we cannot apply vertical margins. We talked about this already. And for inline block elements, so elements with the display inline block rule applied, well, margin collapsing simply isn't an issue. You see it here between the paragraph and the anchor tag, which has the display inline block rule applied. The margin collapsing is not the case. So here we have the distance of 8 pixels for the bottom margin, and additionally we have 12 pixels for the top margin for our anchor tag here. Now, why is margin collapsing existing? Well, I think it becomes evident if we look at our main section here and look into our ordered list. Because here, between our list items, we have the same logic. We have a margin of 32 pixels, top and bottom, as can be seen here. And as you see already in the left part in our DevTools, if we use these, we only have the 32 pixel margin between each single list item. Although each list item itself has a margin of 32 pixels applied, as can be seen right here. If you think about that a bit more, it makes sense that this margin collapsing happens here. Because if you add a margin of 32 pixels, you probably want to have a distance of this 32 pixels between your elements and not 64 pixels. This would simply be too big, for example. So these are actually all the basics you have to keep in mind when it comes to margin collapsing. It happens between adjacent elements, it only affects vertical margins, and therefore it kind of simply defines that the bigger margin defined between two following elements wins in such cases when it comes to defining the distance, the margin between these two elements. Before we finish the styling of this page here, and before we also come closer to finishing this module, there is one last property I would like to show you, which is helpful to make your pages look a lot more beautiful. It's the box shadow property. The box shadow simply adds a shadow around an element's frame, around its border, so to say. Well, and if we look at our list items here, some additional shadow here to make these look a bit better is definitely helpful. Before we apply the box shadow property though in our code, let's first get started here with our list items here, and let's apply this property directly here in the DevTools. So you simply click into the area for the CSS rules of the list item. And now you add the box shadow property, this one. And we can now define the values for this box shadow property in many different ways. I will show you a very common one here, which consists of 4 separate values which we define. The first value here is the so-called offset along the x-axis. This means we will move this shadow from being directly behind our element to the right a bit, so to say. So we could use 5 pixels here, for example, like this. Then the second value we define following the offset along the x-axis is the offset along the y-axis. So we push the shadow down a bit according to our definition here, which could again be 5 pixels. You can now see the shadow immediately on the website here for our list items. Now we have a third option, which defines the so-called blur radius, because at the moment you see it's a very strict ending of that box shadow, and with the radius we can make this a bit softer. We could again use a value of 5 pixels maybe. We'll of course define these differently then in the final code. If you use 5 pixels, it's like this. If you would use 20 pixels, for example, you see it would look like that. So feel free to play around here. We'll go with 5 pixels for the moment. And then finally, as a fourth value, we can define the color of our box shadow. By default, it's this black tone here. I'll again use RGB or specifically RGBA, which allows me to define the color as we know it before. So we could, for example, say 0, 0, 0 to have a black tone. And then I have to define the opacity of this color. An opacity of 1, for example, here would simply, well, mean a black shadow. If I would set this to 0.2, we see this very light box shadow here. And 0.2 would actually be a good value here. Now, as you see, with this box shadow, we can tailor this a bit more. I think for the x-axis, a very slight movement of 1 or 2 pixels maybe should be enough. Same thing here for our y-axis. And maybe here we'll also make the radius a bit smaller with 4 pixels. So it's very subtle, so to say, but it gives the page a very good look. Maybe even just 1 pixel here, let's see. And also 1 pixel there. And also just 1 pixel there. Yeah, I think it's even better. So it gives the page a very good look and a bit more this 3D look for our elements. So this is a very nice thing when it comes to designing such different elements here. And also something we often prefer when we compare it to borders, which don't give our elements this nice look. However, we still have to add this code to our actual code. So let's reload this and let's go back to the code. And here for our list items, we'll now add the box shadow here, box shadow, and we will use, I think it was 1 pixel. Let's maybe say 1 pixel, 1 pixel, 4 pixels, and now RGBA here with a value of 0, 0, 0, and 0.2 for the opacity. With this, we improve the look of our website even more. So this is the box shadow property. Before we continue with our today's challenge page here, where we also apply the concepts we learned about in this module, I would like to clean up our margins in the header though. Because here we have a margin top and bottom in the h1 element. We have the margin on the paragraph and here also on our anchor tag. And with the new knowledge gained, it would actually be sufficient to add a margin just to our paragraph here. The margins for the anchor tag and the h1 element are therefore not required. Let's do this first by setting the margin on the h1 element to 0 here. Then by maybe increasing this margin a bit to 12 pixels for the paragraph, this one here. And now we'll also set the margin of our anchor tag here to 0, like this. With that, the look didn't change a lot, but now we don't have a margin on the h1 element. The top and bottom margin on our paragraph, by the way, top and bottom margin should be sufficient here, like this. Yeah, now it's better. And no margin here for the anchor tag. Here we have the bottom margin on the header to define the distance between the header and the main element. With this, we finished this page. Now, as a next step, we'll have a look at our today's challenge here. Here is now the time for you to apply the knowledge we gained to change the style of this page significantly. So in the next lecture, I'll show you what this page should look like first. Then you have the chance to try this on your own, and then we'll add the styling to this page together. In this and the next lectures, we will turn this page into that page. And the great thing is that before we do that together, now is your chance to try this on your own. Almost all changes applied to this page are concepts we learned in the last modules. There are two exceptions though. Highlighting the date, so the weekday and the date here, is something which can be achieved with an element we didn't use so far, a so-called non-semantic inline element, a span element. So this is one new concept here, give it a try. And placing the image on the border, where the border cuts this image into two halves, so to say, is something that can be achieved with negative margins. Two things here, negative margins, we never used that, so try it, especially the top margin is the important one here. And if you ask yourselves, why can I use margins, vertical margins, so the top margin here, on an image element, which is an inline element, well, then this is also something you can try here. I'll of course explain to you why this might be working here in the next lectures. So with that, you can give this a try. Also, don't forget about the HTML part of this project when it comes to the HTML layout. At the moment, we only have the body, which contains an image, h1 element, and two paragraphs. So also think about these layout elements we talked about. And then in the next lectures, we'll solve this together. Good luck and have fun. How did it go? Were you successful? Does your page somehow look like the final result? Well, if it didn't work out, no worries. If it did work out, great. No matter what happened, let's solve it together now. So with that, let's go back to the initial state here. And let's think about the first changes we might want to implement here. I want to get started with the HTML layout that I mentioned in the last lecture. Because in the body, we could actually say that our image, the h1 element, and the paragraph are part of the main section. You remember this main element. And down here, explore the full week. Well, this would be a nice footer here for our page. Let's implement this by going back to our index.html file. And here, I'll first add the main element. And now take these elements and add these right here. And as a second step, I'll create a footer element, a container again, basically, which then contains our paragraph. Let's save and quickly format this. And of course, nothing changed on our page, but we have more structure. Besides these layout parts, I also mentioned that you have to use a new element in here. Because Wednesday, August 4th, so our date and the day, should be highlighted. And what we have in here is we have an h1 element which contains text, and it should now be able to select parts of this text and to apply a different style to it. Now, I mentioned this span element, and that's exactly what we need in here. It's a non-semantic inline element, meaning it can be added to a block element here, inline basically, and with that, we are able to select specific parts of the content of this h1 element. It's a non-semantic element though, so you can use it on any purpose basically. The purpose here would be to select the date, so we can add the span in here. Now we take our date, like this, and add it back here. And with that, if we go back, you see nothing changed. It's an inline element, so the text isn't broken into two lines now. But in the CSS part of this project, we can then add a different color or a different font weight to this span element. Talking about non-semantic elements. Besides the non-semantic inline element, the span, we also have a non-semantic block element. This is a so-called div. A div is something you will see very often in real-world projects because these layout elements, so main and footer and so on, unfortunately are not guidelines every web developer follows. Because in the end, main and footer are just block elements which contain, well, content. And except of adding main here, you could just add a div right here and right there and do the same for the footer. Like this. And then you could give this an ID, for example, stating, well, main section. And then down here, an ID stating footer, for example. Doesn't change the look of the site, also doesn't change the way we can interact with these elements. Here we would just work with the IDs now and not the main or the footer element. However, the important thing is that such divs can be used if you don't have any semantic element for your container, but generally we recommend to use the semantic elements whenever possible. That's why I'll also undo these changes here and go back to main and footer. Important here just was that you saw these non-semantic inline and non-semantic block elements, so span and div. This is already the HTML part of this project. So in the next lecture, we'll continue with our CSS styles. What do we have to style? Well, we created that main part and that footer part, and therefore I first want to focus onto the main part here and therefore onto our image and the other elements it contains. For that, we'll go to our daily challenge CSS file, and up here I first want to move the margin we add to the body here into our shared CSS file right here, because for actually both our pages, we can remove this here in the daily challenge CSS file. If we go back, you see this margin we added doesn't hurt here. And same thing is true for the full week page. I think this looks good, so we can use this as a shared CSS style. By the way, talking about the looks, I'm using a zoom level of 125% here, so in case the page looks a bit different, that's the reason for this here. I just use it to make it better readable for you. However, let's now focus on to the main part, and here I want to add our main selector. And there I first want to work on the width of this main section. At the moment, if we go back and scroll down a bit, we have a width of more than 1000 pixels. And I think this doesn't look too good, so I want to reduce this width a bit. Therefore, let's maybe add a width of only 800 pixels here to make this look better. Let's see. Yeah, but now the, well, centering of our main element is a bit off, but thankfully we learned how to fix this quickly. Do you remember how can we center such block elements? Well, we can do this with our margin because we actually only have to use a margin of auto here. If we do that, everything is centered. However, that's not the full truth, because whilst I like the horizontal centering, I think that the distance to the top here and to the footer, so basically top and bottom here, is not sufficient. Therefore, I want to add some more margin here. Specifically, I want to add a margin of 200 pixels to the top and 72 pixels to the bottom. How can we do this now? Well, instead of our shortcut here, which adds this margin automatically, we can simply say that for the top, we use the 200 pixel margin. For the right, we use the auto margin. For the bottom, we use 72 pixels. And for the left, we use auto again. With this in place, now our page looks a lot better already. But still, the main part doesn't stand out enough. It's kind of a mix of text here, so I want to make it a bit clearer that this is the main part of the page. And for this, we use our good old background color property. this one here. And as always, I prepared a color, an RGB color, which is 219, 108, and 94. With this in place, the main part, well, is a lot more visible now, but now we are missing some other things. First thing is the padding. As you see, we don't have any padding in our main part. Let's add this quickly to give the text a bit more distance to the border of our element here. So we use a padding of 24 pixels all around. And now this looks better immediately. So we worked on the width, on the padding, and on the margin. What is missing now is our border. So let's add a border here. And for this, we'll take a bigger border of 5 pixels here and a solid one with an RGB code of 44, 44, and 44. Let's see. Yeah, better. And then we take our border radius of 8 pixels to give it these rounded corners all around, which gives it a nicer look in my opinion. That's it almost with the main element. What is missing though here is a box shadow, so a property we just learned about. So let's also add the box shadow here. We move it from the left to the right by only 1 pixel. We move it top to bottom by 2 pixels. And maybe 8 pixels for the blur radius. And we also give it a color, an RGBA color to be more precise. So we change the opacity. And the color is 0, 0, 0, so black in the end. But now the opacity can be changed to 0.3, for example. Let's inspect this. Yeah, this worked perfectly. I forgot the P here, sorry, my bad. So now it's working. And now you see this slight box shadow here around our main element. So this was step 1 of the styling. Let's now continue with the children of our main element. For the children, we have one bigger task in here, and that was the second challenge you had to overcome in here, and that's the image. Let's get started easily by adding a border to the image maybe, because we have a border around the main element, so I think it greatly fits in if we also add one to the image. Nothing easier than that. We apply the border property, and now add a border with 5 pixels, maybe solid one, and an RGB code of 44, 44, and 44. So that was the easier part. But now, if you remember the finished result I showed you, this image here should be placed above this border, this top border of our main element, and this should basically go through here. I mentioned that we can achieve this with margins, specifically negative margins, and even more specific, a top margin. Now, before we apply this, some things to know. We cannot apply vertical margins to inline elements. That's what we learned in this module, and this is correct, of course. But there is an exception here. We have 2 different types of inline elements. We have replaced and non-replaced inline elements. Without diving too deep here, a non-replaced inline element is, for example, our anchor tag, this one here. That's also the element type where we learned all the things we know about inline elements. But a replaced inline element is an image, because the element itself is replaced, so to say, by the image. So it links to another page and retrieves the actual content from there. And for such inline elements, vertical margins can be applied. So that's the first important thing to know. The second important thing is that we can apply positive margins, as we did throughout this course so far, and negative margins. Why is this important? Well, because if we can apply margins to our element here, to the image element, then we could say, okay, let me add a top margin of 10 pixels, for example. If I do this, and check the element, you see the margin is applied and the element and all following elements are pushed down. Now, if I want to move this image up, and also the following elements should of course be moved up, then why not giving a negative margin a try here of maybe 20 pixels? And as you see, now the image is moved up and also all the other elements, because we now say we don't want to have a margin of 0, for example. This would be 0, and if we inspect it, we see we have our image element here with the border, and this border ends with the padding of the main element, so that would be 0. Well, and with the negative margin, we can then basically go into the padding and the border and the margin of our main element. Now, sounds a bit cryptic here, but if we follow this logic, then we see that we have a padding of 24 pixels and a border of 5 pixels. And if my logic is correct, then if we add a margin top of minus 29 pixels, then we should be exactly in line with the border of our main element. And as it turns out, this is the case. So if I zoom in a bit here, you see that we are now exactly at the top of our border of the main element. Now, the only thing we need to do now, if this border should basically divide our image into two halves, is to take the height of our element, which is 210 pixels, 200 height for the content, plus 5 for the border top and bottom. Well, this would mean we have 210 divided by 2 halves, and this would mean we just add 105 to our 29 here, so minus 29 minus 105, which would be minus 134 pixels. And if we do that, you see we achieved this goal. If you weren't successful here, no worries, this was a tricky one, but I also wanted to show you this towards the end of this module, as it combines a few more concepts we learned and therefore is a bit more advanced. The great thing is that this was the last core challenge of this project. This means in the next lectures, we'll finally finish this page together, and then I'll summarize what we learned in this module. So let's continue with our H1 element here. Very important, in our shared CSS file, we defined a style for H1 already, so the font family. But here I want to specifically change some things for the H1 element on our landing page. Therefore, let's add this selector. And first, I want to add a fixed font size to it, because at the moment we have the default font size for H1 elements, and I want to have a fixed one. So let's say font size of maybe 30 pixels. And besides that, I want to add a color to it, because at the moment it's not perfectly readable. So let's add a color with an RGB code of 31, 25, and 25. Yeah, see, it's a bit darker now, so we can see it. And besides that, I also want to work on our span. You remember, it's the element we introduced here for our day and date, and I want to give this a different color to highlight it a bit. Therefore, let's add the span element here, and this should have a color of, again, RGB, 66, 2, and 2. And now it's a different color. You can hardly see it, but it shouldn't be too aggressive, so to say. But this is darker and that's a bit lighter. I think that's a nice look here. Of course, you can add different colors, but I think this is totally sufficient here. What is not working anymore is also the color for our today's challenge, because, well, this is basically unreadable. So let's change the RGB code down here to 75, 59, and 59. Yeah, looks a lot better. And with that, we are almost done with this page. To be a bit better in line with our very subtle highlighting of the date up here, I also would like to apply this to our full week link down here. For this, we'll add an anchor tag here. And very important, we have the anchor tag already here in our shared CSS file. So I'm overwriting this property now for our specific anchor tags on the daily challenge page. And this should have a color of RGB 73, 29, and 50. Yeah, I think this looks better. With this, our daily challenge page looks all right. So we are done with the styling right here. One thing I want to quickly check is if we have anything to clean up in our shared CSS file. Well, maybe we could do this. We could add a fixed font size here for our paragraphs in general, maybe of 24 pixels. Not a must, as I said, otherwise you have the default font size, but this now increases our size of the paragraph down here, for example. It makes it better readable in the end, so I kind of like this. But besides that, I think this looks all right. So this is what our website looks like now. We have created two, I think, good looking pages. So landing page and the pages for all our challenges. By the way, as I said, if you zoom out, this is what the page looks like on a 100% zoom level here, but I stick to this one here to make it better readable. Well, and with that, you created your first website. That's awesome, and to make sure you don't forget anything you learned in this module, I'll summarize the core concepts in the next lecture. So what did we learn in this module? Well, we got started in our full week HTML file and learned about ordered and unordered lists. Ordered and unordered lists are containers for our list items, which you can see here, and allow us to group specific elements which belong together. Now, talking about containers, we also learned a lot about the parent-child relationship. Our main element, for example, here is the parent for our ordered list. Our ordered list is the parent for our list items, whereas the list items are children of the ordered list. We also learned about descendant elements, which are the direct children and children of the children. So H1 would be a descendant of the ordered list, and about ancestors. Here, the ordered list would be an ancestor of the H2 element, for example. We also had a look at some CSS core concepts, namely cascading, inheritance, and specificity. We learned that it is crucial to understand these concepts, as these basically define why and how CSS styles are applied. Inheritance defines that selected container rules apply to descendants. As I said, the common sense helps a lot here. Properties like the width, for example, is not inherited. Other properties like the font family are. The cascading word in cascading style sheets means that multiple rules can be applied to the same elements. We also saw this in combination with our concept of inheritance. So if we apply a rule to the body, again the font family for example, this font family is also applied to the descendants, but also separate rules can be applied to these descendants. And if multiple rules can be applied to an element, specificity defines which rule wins finally. We also learned a lot about the CSS box model. We learned that the CSS elements are defined by the content, the padding, the border, and the margin. And all of these parts of the box model help us to specifically style our elements exactly the way we want them to be. Further, we learned about HTML layouts. So we used semantic elements to group parts of our website. Here, for example, main and footer. On our full week page, we had the header and the main element, just to give you some examples here. Besides that, we learned about different selectors. In our CSS files, for example, for the full week, we have the normal type selector, which selects the element type. We have pseudo selectors like hover here. And we also have class and ID selectors, which allow us to specifically elements with that specific ID or that specific class. We also learned about combinators, for example right here, which allow us to specifically select elements which are part of another element, so nested into another element. Talking about classes down here, we also learned about this concept. Previously, we only knew about type selectors or IDs, like here. And we had a very close look at the difference between block and inline elements. We saw this right here at the example of our upcoming challenges page. In our header, we have an h1 element, a block element, a paragraph, block element, and an anchor tag, an inline element, and we learned about the differences between these elements. Block elements always use the entire width of the page by default and are displayed one after another, so line by line. Inline elements are displayed next to each other and only use the space they need to display the content. We learned about the differences when it comes to applying vertical margins or padding to inline elements. And we also learned that some limitations, for example, vertical margins not being applicable to inline elements, are only true for so-called non-replaced inline elements like the anchor tag. For replaced inline elements like our image on the landing page here, this is not the case. Finally, we also had a look at the concept of margin collapsing. For example, in our different challenges we have for the different days. Here we learned that in certain situations, top and bottom margins are collapsing, meaning if we have a bottom margin of 24 for this element and a top margin of 24 for the following element, the distance between these two elements is not 48, but 24. That's the concept of margin collapsing. So this was a long module with a lot of important content. But the great thing now is, with these concepts and the concepts of the previous modules in mind, we can now finish this project and continue with an even better project. Really looking forward to this, so let's continue with the next module.